To have order in the room, please. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first day of hearings of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2017-2018. Mr. Spindler and Mr. Herman, I'm going to say this right at the outset. We're about to consider a budget of something like $9 billion. We're going to work until late at night. All of these members are going to be paying close attention to the issues that were being discussed, and I need everyone in the audience to understand that there will be no disruptions of this meeting, none. If there's any disruptive activity, the disruptor will be removed from the meeting immediately. So that's the one and only warning I'm going to give throughout the course of our hearings. This is a special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We will be in this special meeting. It's a single meeting that will extend until we have concluded our work on the budget. Over the next several days, between now and May 2nd, we will be taking up the budget, hearing reports from the mayor and the CAO, and then listening to reports by every one of the general managers of the city as to their individual budgets. We'll have an opportunity to ask questions. And we'll also be hearing from the city's employee unions as well as the neighborhood council budget advocates. So it is a very full agenda to consider and vet this budget, but it is every year, and we've made great progress since the worst parts of the budget in 2008, 2009, and the years immediately following. We've done a lot of work in this committee, in the council, over the course of 2 mayoral administrations to significantly reduce the structural deficit, to build up the city's reserve, more than double the city's reserve to last year the highest point that it had ever been in the city's history. We've established a budget stabilization fund of nearly $100 million, which had not existed prior. So we've made a lot of progress, but I think as we'll find as we go through this budget, there still remain challenges, there still remain threats to the city's finances that we need to be mindful of. And I'm pleased that the mayor has submitted to us a draft budget which is making progress towards our goals of eliminating that structural deficit and restoring services and maintaining our reserves. We will certainly have an opportunity to consider where we might want to make changes in that budget, and that's going to be what we're going to be spending a lot of time on. So with that, members, I want to just remind you of our process with regard to reports back. We will be obviously taking any of your requests for reports back, but we've made pretty good progress in reducing the number of reports that we've asked for over previous years, but still our reports create a tremendous workload for the staff that they have to get through before we can conclude this work. So I would just urge you, whenever it's possible for you to get the answer that you need from the general manager or the departmental experts who are going to be here with us, let's get the answers right now rather than requesting a report back. Let's see if we can get a sufficient answer so that we don't need to add to that list of reports. When it comes to non-budgetary requests, policy-related issues, as you will recall, any such special studies like that will not be considered in our budget process. They will be separated out and they will be referred to the appropriate policy committee. Last year we had 133 budget-specific reports back. We had 113 special study reports that went to the policy committees, and we are now taking up the following year's budget, and still some of those 113 special study reports have not been reported back. So this is a lot of work for staff. It's a lot of things to consider. I want to try to focus our attention as much as we can on the issues before us with this budget specifically. So from time to time, I may be reminding us of the need to do that. With regard to comment as I mentioned, this is a single meeting, although it stretches out over the course of several days. It is agendized as a single meeting. That's important because we have to have flexibility for moving departments around from day to day, even if necessary. But I will do my very best to let the public know which departments will be appearing on which days and approximately, which time, whether it's in the morning or the afternoon. I will also, as a courtesy to the public, provide an opportunity for public comment every single day that we meet. But I need to remind everyone that this will be comment relating to the 27-2018 budget only. This is a special meeting. We will not be taking general public comment about other non-budget related issues. We will only be taking comment on things that pertain to the 2017-2018 budget. Anything else will be deemed out of order. We just simply don't have the time to be able to consider extraneous issues, and that is not required for a special meeting, so we will not be doing so. I will make every effort on most budget days to ensure that at the very beginning of our meeting, we have the opportunity for the public to comment. That way you don't have to sit around all day and wait for some unknown time when you comment. You can come in at the agendized time, provide comment, and if you want to go, you can go. Of course, you're welcome to stay. And in special circumstances, when need be, I might make exceptions and take comment at other times if need be, but that will not be the rule. The rule will be that we will take comment at the agendized time. With that, members, any comments or questions about process or comments before we begin? If there's not, then I would go ahead and I'd like to invite up the mayor's staff to begin. I'm sorry. We're going to start with the mayor's report now, right, Matt? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and invite up the mayor's staff. Mr. Szabo, if you'd like to come on up and provide your presentation on the draft budget. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. It is once again an honor to present the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2017-2018 city budget to you and your committee. As Councilman Englander stated so well this weekend, a budget is much more than numbers on a page. It's a statement of shared priorities. And the $9.2 billion proposal before you today is a necessarily conservative document, but one that, A, funds our shared priorities and continues restoration of critical city services we have sought to restore since the Great Recession. It delivers on the promises made to the voters and mandates established by the voters with $176 million to solve our homelessness crisis and more than $50 million to fix our broken roads. And C, it builds greater resilience against financial uncertainties, particularly related to pension costs, federal funding cuts, and skyrocketing liability claims. The mayor's proposed budget builds on the progress of the past few years with investments in a broad range of basic and critical services, including hiring to maintain the Los Angeles Police Department at 10,000 officers strong, $15 million to hire 195 firefighters and continue to grow the once depleted fire department, an increase of $30 million in LAPD overtime, which includes dedicated funding for human trafficking and Vision Zero enforcement, and a new associate community officer program to bridge the gap between our police cadet and other youth programs and the police academy to increase the number of officers who protect and serve the neighborhoods where they grew up. The proposed budget also maintains 2,400 lane miles of pavement preservation, invests $31 million in sidewalk repair, enhances our street trimming and stump removal programs, provides $14 million in dash bus line expansion, and expands our graffiti removal program to ensure that 90% of all service requests will be responded to within 24 hours. Mr. Chairman, thanks to the generosity of the voters of Los Angeles City and County, we now finally have the resources for a sustainable effort to end the homelessness crisis once and for all. This year, the mayor proposes $176 million to address the crisis. $77 million of that comes from Measure HHH towards housing projects. $12 million is from HHH towards facilities. There's $17 million that from the city's general fund that goes to LASA, about $25 million in special funds and general fund for city department programs, and $46 million in continuing our city property program, where we will use surplus city property as land or to sell to provide funding for homeless housing. In terms of how we're using those homelessness dollars, the vast majority, almost 70% of all of those dollars go towards permanent housing for the homeless. 6%, $11.2 million, goes to shelters and prevention, and 21% goes to engagement and cleanliness efforts. In particular, what you'll see is an additional $1 million in general fund that goes to LASA for outreach and engagement. We also are adding a 5th Clean Streets team to the Bureau of Sanitation, an additional HOPE team that will focus exclusively on encampments, and a HOPE team that will focus exclusively on river and waterway efforts. And as you can see in the Sankey chart, it demonstrates which sources of dollars are going to which source, and we can distribute that for you so you can see it a little bit clearer. But again, the homelessness budget this year, as it did last year, increases significantly from $138 to $176 million, with the vast majority, 70%, going towards permanent housing for the homeless. As it relates to city operations, there is no more significant component of this budget than how the mayor proposes to use and allocate the new Measure M, local return and state gas tax dollars. And it's not just because this new tax revenue, which was promised to the voters to be used to fix the roads, will finally allow the city to revive a street reconstruction program which has been dormant since the recession, but primarily because this proposal seeks to break down artificial service and project delivery silos between the departments responsible for maintaining our streets. As the mayor said in the State of the City address, fixing our streets and making them safer should not be competing priorities. They should be coordinated and integrated. The City of Los Angeles has nearly 3,000 lane miles on the Department of Transportation's high injury network and 22 lane miles of failed arterials. 43% of those failed streets are on the high injury network, and that includes streets like Bundy on the west side, Sherman Way, Van Nuys, Lancashire, and Sepulveda in the valley. Targeting those most dangerous, most broken down streets for both reconstruction and Vision Zero design will most efficiently and comprehensively enhance the quality and safety of our roads. And it will require the Department of Transportation, the Bureau of Street Services, and Bureau of Engineering to work together in a manner which most residents would expect as common sense, but in so many ways has been badly lacking. And finally, Mr. Chairman, as you have noted repeatedly and again today, while this spending proposal is balanced and fiscally responsible, we continue to face significant uncertainties, principally as it relates to federal funding cuts, potential reduced rate of return assumptions in our pension systems, and increased liability claims against the city. Those uncertainties require that we build in as much financial resilience as possible. And this budget proposal includes nearly $500 million of what I would deem to be financial resilience. First and foremost, it complies with our financial policies with $294 million in our reserve fund, a reserve fund, importantly, which we did not draw from to balance the budget this year, as we have in many years past. It maintains the $95 million budget stabilization fund It includes a $10 million reserve for mid-year adjustments. It increases our liability claims account. It increases the base by $20 million, and it establishes a $20 million reserve for extraordinary liabilities, which we would hope and recommend we would maintain and build upon year after year, so that we won't be facing the prospect of having to borrow if we face a year of exceptionally high liability claims. And on that point, the budget does not contemplate proceeds from a judgment obligation bond. It neither counts potential proceeds, as revenue in the reserve fund, nor does it book any expenditure for debt service. That does not mean that it precludes the possibility, should the council decide in the coming months to issue a judgment obligation bond. That obviously still your option. This budget does not require it. And then finally, the budget includes more than $50 million in salary and contractual services reductions across departments. And I have no doubt that most, if not all, of the general managers that will come before you during this process will ask you to restore some or all of the salary account reductions. They'll say that the reductions may prevent them from hiring as fast as they would like to. And in truth and full transparency, Mr. Chairman, given the uncertainties that we face in the coming year, that was precisely the intent of those reductions. We should build in restraint on the front end rather than finding ourselves having to consider significant service reductions or even potentially layoffs in the coming months from now. So it is our hope that the council would maintain those reductions at least until we have more clarity in the areas where today we do not. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would just simply like to, if you would indulge me for one more minute more, to really thank the CAO's office. It is a critical relationship between the mayor and the CAO, and I think this year we've been working as close as certainly I can remember, having been in the budget process for the last 8 years now. Rich Wellen, the interim CAO, Ben Seha, Jacob Wexler, Jennifer Lopez, Marla Gospi, Zara Berkerin, and Janelle Irving. And I'd also would like to thank the mayor's budget team, who's put in more than overtime, as they do every year, to put together the best possible proposal that we could provide to you. Starting with John Chavez, the mayor's budget director, Paul Wang, Alma Guerrero, Armando Nunez, Stephen Braldi, Andrew Kaplan, Angela Baruman, and Sandra Sandoval. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We're happy to answer any questions now, or if you'd like to move on at any time, we're ready to answer the questions and help make this budget even better.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Szabo. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for recognizing the hard work of so many people in your office and the CAO's office, and of course on our side of the hallway too, because this is a monumental effort to put together the proposed budget. It's a monumental effort to go through our process, and I appreciate your recognizing that work. One of the things is we've had some hallmark issues that we've focused on over the last 6 years in this committee. One is maintaining a healthy reserve fund. One is continuing to reduce the structural deficit that was endangering the solvency of the city just 7 or 8 years ago. And also meeting our financial policies while still meeting our service needs to our constituents. Can you speak a little bit to how you feel this budget addresses those concerns going forward, particularly with regard to longer-term structural deficit reduction over the next several years?
Well, and thank you. As you'll see as we move through the departmental budgets, and as I said in the beginning, this is really, with the exception of 2 areas, an extraordinarily conservative document. There was really very, very little growth in departments, and we took great care to protect against adding significantly to the base, particularly on certainly on the general fund side. We did as much as we could to maximize the use of special funds where and when appropriate to cover the cost of operations, and then focused on the areas where we are going to be receiving significant new tax revenue. We did, as I said, the best that we could to build in as much resilience as possible. Would we like the reserve fund to be higher? Absolutely. Would we like our UB for mid-year adjustments to be higher? Absolutely. I think our recommendation for the liability claims account is it may not be enough, but I also think it's important that we not have a blank check in that area, and that we continue to be vigilant in trying to get those costs down. And we think that a $40 million increase certainly is significant, and we hope that that would put us in a position much stronger next year than we were this year, when we only had $68 million and a north of a $140 million liability. So that was essentially the strategy. Maintain services, build where we could, focus on the areas where the voters have mandated and given us the revenue to expand, and then keep everything else as much as we can as we continue to work against the structural deficit.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the increase in the liability claims account. As you know, this has been a big concern of this committee, and we've been working a lot on risk management with the various departments. But while there had been kind of a general trend, upward trend in prior years, there's been a fairly dramatic spike in the last couple of years. The appropriation that you included in this budget, does that reflect a sort of a running average of recent years, or how did you come up with that number? It's important to take that big step forward, but I'm just wondering, was there something formulaic about it?
So, this discussion, and I anticipate we'll go into more depth when the city attorney is at the table as well. What we based our number on was our best estimate, working with the city attorney's office to develop what is the new normal on just in annual, what are our liabilities going to be. We guessed that would be, or we estimated, it was more than a guess, that would be somewhere between 80 and 100 million, just on the cost of doing business, essentially. And then there would be another amount that we would need to build in for extraordinary cases. If we had a year like we had this year, where we have 3 or 4 cases that together are $50 million alone, that's why we built in the $20 million reserve for extraordinary liabilities. And again, our hope is that we can keep the base at where it's at, not grow the base of the liability account by too much more than it is now as proposed, and rather add to the reserve for extraordinary liabilities if that's the direction we wish to go, so that just like with the Budget Stabilization Fund, we can build up a fund that we can draw on in those extraordinary years to avoid a conversation about borrowing at a very high rate just to cover our costs and protect our reserve.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much. Members, questions for the mayor's staff? Mr. Englander? Nope. Mr. Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the mayor's staff for the proposed budget. There's some specific questions I'll be asking of specific departments, but there's 2 things I wanted to touch on generally as we kick off. Unsurprisingly, transportation and homelessness. First, on homelessness, let me just state I am ecstatic with the amount of money that's recommended to be appropriated for homelessness. But I am confused and a little disappointed by how the recommended appropriations are going. As one of the folks who was involved in the creation of the comprehensive homelessness strategy, which the council approved a little over a year ago, and when Lassa comes up, I'll put the slide up if the chair will permit. We had an understanding that in the early years of implementing the comprehensive homelessness strategy, we were going to be putting enormous amounts of money into a street strategy while we were waiting for permanent supportive housing to be built. But in this year's budget, the chart you showed was 70% for permanent supportive housing and not a lot for shelters. Can you tell me how that was determined, what thought and who went into developing what the street strategy was going to be and what amount it should be?
So as we were developing our homelessness budget this year, we worked a great deal with LASA and the CAO's office to determine, when we had this conversation last year, we all collectively and certainly the CAO and our office were clear that the huge increase in general fund dollars that was sent to LASA was not sustainable and was not just considered but budgeted as one time and would be one time. And if we were not able to obtain additional sources of ongoing revenue, that we wouldn't be able to continue that level of general fund support for LASA. So much of the street strategy goes through LASA. They have put together a proposal to the Measure H Committee of $71 million for City of Los Angeles services. All of the services, and we spent a lot of time doing the best that we could to determine what would be most likely to, certainly what would be H eligible and what would be most likely to get H funding. And so the 176 is what we control ourselves. There is a potential of up to $71 million in additional dollars for shelters, for rapid rehousing, and other uses that we are very, certainly at this point, I would say more than hopeful that we would expect a large portion of that $71 million request to be funded by the H Committee.
I don't envy you the task of having to put together a homelessness budget this year because we don't know what the county's going to fund, and we don't know how much they're going to fund, and we won't know until after our budget is done. So I appreciate that it made this very difficult. It is just, from what I know as being recommended for appropriation now, it doesn't match where I think our immediate needs are to deliver on, I think what the expectation of the electorate is that they will see a reduction in homelessness short term. So I'll be teasing that out on Friday with LASA and HCID, but I'd appreciate, given that there's no one department in charge of homelessness, if you could be part of that dialogue on Friday. The other thing I wanted to touch on, because it will come up in two different areas, in street services and in transportation, is the expenditures for Vision Zero. I'm looking forward to working with you more over the course of these hearings to try to figure out a way to do a better job than I think this budget does in trying to end the horrible rate of traffic fatalities we have in Los Angeles. I was excited to hear the mayor say that this is a no-kill budget for animals in our shelters, and I'd really like it to be a no-kill budget for pedestrians on our streets. And while I can accept that it's possible that resurfacing our streets and saving lives are not competing priorities, they might be. And they're definitely not the same thing. And I'm concerned that our Vision Zero number in the budget counts stuff that isn't enhancing safety. That resurfacing streets, while there may be a link, it's not actually something that saves lives. So I want to be working with you and teasing that out with the departments over the next couple days and weeks, because I think that's a big issue that we need to be delivering on, is making sure that people, grandmothers and school kids, aren't killed crossing the street going to school.
Certainly, and the mayor absolutely shares that priority. As it relates to Vision Zero, we did include a very significant increase in the Vision Zero only dollars. I want to be clear that the dollars that we're talking about in the overlap we're not just counting fixing streets as Vision Zero. We have $5.25 million set aside within the reconstruction budget specifically for Vision Zero design and implementation. So I want to be clear that we're not just counting fixing a road as making it safer, although in many cases it does. I mean, if we have a bike lane on a failed road, that is inherently not just dangerous, but a huge liability. The entire budget for Vision Zero this year is $16.7 million. Last year it was $3 million. That's a 556% increase. Could we do more? Certainly. When we're talking about public safety, it's never enough. I mean, 10,000 cops isn't enough. 4,000 firefighters isn't enough. $120 million for overtime isn't enough. It's what we can afford. Our proposal reflects what we can afford in balanced against other critical priorities. But we're happy to work with you to see how we can increase the dedicated funding for Vision Zero.
I mean, I'd argue that now that we've identified our high injury networks, if someone gets killed on one of them and we haven't fixed it, I think we probably face a longer or bigger cost through liability.
Certainly.
Last question, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence, is it's a bit of a philosophical one. As chair of the T Committee, I've been concerned over the years that I've seen a tendency in our budgets to constantly raid funds that should be used primarily for transportation. Prop A is sort of limited, but Prop C always gets used for street resurfacing. Special Parking Revenue Fund, huge sweep again this year. Measure M certainly doesn't reflect the way I'd prefer to see Measure M spent. And mobility is one of the biggest issues Los Angeles faces. And we will never have the opportunity to provide microtransit and shuttles or come up with small or big fixes to transit outside of mass transit from Measure M if we keep using our transit funds. When and how do we get, I understand we have a structural deficit, but when and how do we have a strategy to get away from relying on transit funds as ways to replenish the general fund as opposed to focusing specifically on transit?
Well, one of the strategies that we took in approaching our transportation budget, whether it was A or C or M or R or gas tax, is that we did the best that we could to look at what are the exact requirements and eligible uses for each fund, and to fund those priorities most aligned to the greatest extent possible with those requirements. Measure M is more permissive than gas tax, for example. This is a conversation that we absolutely need to have moving forward, particularly because this year is just the first relatively small bite at the apple. We're only getting $23 million in additional gas tax from SB1, whereas next year we're going to get nearly $100 million. We're only getting $39 million from Measure M, whereas next year we'll have $56 million. So we have not just a policy, but operational discussion that we have to have in very short order to be able to ensure that those dollars are spent in the most effective way towards the purposes in which they're designed to be spent.
Thanks. I look forward to those discussions. I appreciate that they're being spent on eligible funding. It's just I always like to think about what are the other things that we could be doing or other cities are doing that we're not doing because that's how we're spending the money instead of on more mobility-focused things. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. First off, I think you guys did a great job putting this together. There's a lot of challenges to make this all work, and I wanted to compliment you and your team for doing it. And we've gone through a lot of this, already. But I wanted to tease out a little bit, and especially, by the way, given the uncertainty that I think we need to underscore, whether it's the potential pension issue whether it's the legal liabilities, the president's budget, if his proposals actually were to come through, what that could mean for us financially. But you look at this budget, and it's a good budget. It's not a big growth budget. It's not one of the, and a lot of folks have asked me about it, and I want to sort of set the stage for you to answer this. They say, well, we have Measure M, Triple H, SB1, the economy's going gangbusters. Why aren't we moving to full restoration of services, and why aren't we spending more on our goal of hiring out, which I know is a goal that we all share in terms of restoring all of our services. And that question is also linked to this question of what is our structural deficit, and what is the trajectory of which we're going to eliminate that structural deficit. I ask this question every budget year of the trajectory in different years, I'm told, and I'll not only ask you, but the CAO and CLA of how we get there, because I think that's important for our economic health to get there, but it's also important not to force it, because that could have negative repercussions as well. So overall, it's kind of, I want you to be able to explain to us and to the public a little bit about the revenue challenges that we've had, so that folks have a sense of why this isn't the growth budget that we all want to see. And I ask that in the way of being respectful of the fact that I understand, after having gone through it with you, why it can't be all the things I want to spend money on. But I wanted to tease that out a little bit, because I think it's important for the public to hear.
Right. Well, the principal reason why this isn't a high growth budget is that there was not high growth in revenue, and on the general fund side, the increase was just over 3%. We had a mixed bag as it relates to not just revenue being relatively flat with a few bright spots, but also anticipated significant loss in revenue, particularly as it relates to our power revenue transfer. Again, an unresolved issue, but responsibly we had to anticipate what we thought would be the number that we would be able to receive this year from the transfer, and that represents in and of itself a $50 million loss. Building in between that and the dramatic increase in liability claims requiring, in the budget proposal at least, a $40 million increase, we're talking about a large step backwards of $90 million, none of which goes to a single city service. So we did face some incredible challenges that we would not have faced if we were in the same growth period with the economy without these other two major issues that we had to grapple with. And so again, that is the reason for the modest growth. Again, we looked to special funds as much as we could to expand services where services are expanded. For example, in the expansion of the Dash bus line, we were able to identify savings in Prop A to fund that expansion. But that's the area where we're looking to expand, in the area where we have dedicated sources of revenue that we can target to those eligible uses and to the uses where we have a shared priority.
Great. And in terms of the structural deficit, can you speak to that?
I'll certainly let the CAO go into the details of how he projects our structural deficit to be closed. The 4-year does project a $100 million, roughly $100 million deficit for next year, which is in the range of what we would consider manageable in terms of a deficit, particularly if we're continuing to build our reserves, and then it declines from there. And I believe the projection is that the structural deficit is eliminated in year 4.
Great. Thank you very much. And again, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez? Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
you.
Mr. Szabo. And I'm going to call upon the CAO to come on forward now. And as they're making their way up, to the members of the public, if you would like to provide comment today, we'll be taking our comment at the conclusion of the CAO's report. Just fill out a public comment card and bring it on forward. Mr. Llewellyn, welcome.
Thank you, sir. As your committee knows, I've participated in the budget process from lots of seats, working for two members of the Budget Committee, two different members, the City Attorney's Office and the Mayor's Office. This is my first time in this hot seat, but it's an honor to be here. And I'd like to build on Matt's recognition of the team that helped me and you put this document together. Really assisted me and carried me through this process. I'd like to start with Ben Seha and Jacob Wexler and the entire sort of CAO Group 1 team, who normally actually sit beside me in these meetings, and they're spread around the room, which makes me feel sort of like my wing people aren't here. But they have worked tirelessly for the residents of this city. Long hours, late nights, trying to help the mayor's office put his proposals together. And the entire CAO staff participates. Every department has liaisons, every department that works with their general managers to try to help them succeed at your goals. I also want to thank Matt, John, and the entire mayor's team, with whom we've had a great relationship, and we couldn't do it without them. They couldn't do it without us. It's a great process. Briefly today, I'll talk a little bit about the budget overall, some of the things that you keyed on, Mr. Chair, the financial policy compliance, a little bit about expenditures and revenues, and then the going outlook. The budget overview, as you mentioned, it's about $25.9 billion overall, your residents hear about, but the general and special funds are slightly over $9 billion. We'll be spending most of our time today on those funds. As Matt mentioned, as you have pointed out, Mr. Bloomfield, we have limited growth in our general fund, despite what people see as the ongoing economy. We're expecting only about a 3.5%, actually 3.6% growth in actual money and a very small growth in positions. We believe that this is responsible and where we can go. As always, your council and the mayor continue to prioritize core city services. Of the unrestricted proposed budget, 70% is dedicated to police and fire. The next biggest group is to public works, the things your residents tell you they want to hear about. Fiscally, Mr. Chair, you have been the one saying compliance with our financial policies has got to be one of the city's budgetary goals. I'm pleased to report that we are in compliance with all of our major financial policies. It's a major priority for this committee, it's a major priority for the CLA, it's a major priority for the mayor, and it's a major priority for our office. The next slide shows our general reserve position. Our reserve fund is over 5%. The budget stabilization fund at $95 million, and an unallocated balance account for mid-year adjustments of $10 million. Cumulative, that's almost 7%. As Matt said, we would like it to be higher, but we believe this is a responsible budget. The next, we do believe that we need to maintain our assets. Your budgetary policy is 1% for capital. We exceed 1% for capital. We need to keep investing, even in tough times, to keep our buildings, our plots of land going. Very critical to your questions about structural deficit, we need to make sure that one-time revenues don't support ongoing programs, because they'll go away. We need to put one-time revenues to one-time projects, one-time expenditures. This year, we're pleased that we have one of the best charts you'll see in that. We're not putting one-time revenues for ongoing expenses. In fact, ongoing revenues are supporting one-time expenses. And finally, our debt. Very critical as we look to expand our capital camp program. If we talk about the convention center, we talk about the Parker Center, we do watch our debt limits, and we are well under them. Expenditures, the mayor's budget makes key expenditures in the areas that you have indicated as priorities. We are covering some of our holes, such as liabilities. We are fully trying to cover all our employee benefit costs. We are putting money into homelessness. We are covering our legal requirements for the sidewalks, for the accessible housing, and we're continuing police and fire hiring. We also, as the mayor's office pointed out, have limited new programs, mainly thanks to the voters putting their pedal to the metal themselves. We have new money for homelessness. We will be building in this city. We have new money for roads and infrastructure, and thanks to Sacramento for gas tax, and we are beginning to build our cannabis regulation department. By the way, this SB1 money came in, as you know, as the budget books were going to print. That number will sort of change slightly, actually to the better, that we expect we'll be able to spend this year. There are some expenditure concerns. As the mayor's office pointed out, we have increased, the mayor's proposed budget increases liability claims substantially. That is still an area we will need to watch. Our history in that area in recent times has been, as you, Mr. Chair, have pointed out, difficult. The mayor's office also proposes actual shortfalls, tightening of departmental budgets. These are real cuts, including in the CAO's office. I think departments will feel them, but we believe they are actually manageable cuts, but they are real. Finally, while the budget includes a substantial increase in the Human Relations Benefit Fund for such things as employee health care, workers' comp, that is an area that has grown significantly. We need to watch that area closely. Revenues, we have our guru, Melissa Krantz, here, who can go line by line for you. Generally speaking, the revenue position was good, but it wasn't extraordinary growth, as the mayor's office pointed out, roughly 3.6% in the general fund. We have some new pots, as you know. The MTA contract was a significant increase to our special funds. We are expecting the first time for the trash franchise fee. The mayor's budget proposes a billboard revenue line. Our TOT has gone up, mainly due to Airbnb funding. And we are expecting some additional fees from the cannabis program as people apply for permits and pay their permit fees. The seven general fund taxes, which are economically sensitive, are projected for the next 4 years. The one-time bump a few years ago was a one-time due to that triple flip of the property tax. We expect consistent growth, but we are not expecting an extraordinary growth, going back to Mr. Blumenfield's question about do residents think there's going to be a huge growth. We are not expecting extraordinary growth. We do have some concerns with revenue. There are many that are, or several, I don't want to say many, that are dependent on your policy decisions. The mayor's budget proposes $12 million from a billboard revenue program that your council has not yet adopted. The mayor's budget takes all of Airbnb revenue under the current system into the general fund. Your council has considered putting that revenue in different sources and also changing the rules for that types of revenue. The gas franchise fees are projected to go into the general fund, not into any kind of special fund. Similarly with the solid waste franchise, while there are many needs in the cleanliness area for that fund, and we certainly support all those, the money is currently put into the general fund, and we think that gives your council the most flexibility with how to address those needs. And the mayor's budget also includes a linkage fee for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, again, which your council has not adopted. So all of these policy concerns will ultimately determine the revenue picture. In the current budget, they are in the general fund. Finally, two more things. The outlook you raised. The 4-year outlook does project deficits for 3 years and then a slight surplus in year 4. There are some assumptions in this. Maintain consistent service levels, not increase the city's work. that the pension funds do not change their investment rates. As you know, if the pension funds, part of their revenue is earned by earnings on their portfolios. If they reduce that number, the city will be expected to contribute more to cover that reduction. It is assumed that if there are federal funds taken in any way, that the general fund will not be backfilling them. And finally, as you know, many of our labor agreements, our labor partners, their contracts are coming up next year. What happens with those contracts will obviously affect your budget and the forecast. The current forecast does not include wage increases. One last note, because your council has always been following pension costs. We have both a chart of current pension costs, and the small boxes at the top are what if the two pension funds going into the general fund actually reduce their investment returns. A 0.25% reduction from 7.5 to 7.25 ends up costing around $100 million a year. Both funds have said they are looking at doing so, looking at their return. Neither fund has adopted a plan to reduce their return, but they are both considering it in the near future. They're actually on their agendas for June, one fund for first consideration, and the very beginning of the fiscal year for the next fund. They will not hit us during this budget year. They will be the following budget year, but they will certainly be something, if there are changes in those investment funds, there's something that your committee will have to work with the mayor's office and us and the CLA to address as the year goes on to prepare for the following year. So that's my brief overview. I'm here with real experts, including our revenue expert, for any questions you have about revenue or any aspect of the budget. Otherwise, we'll be here for the next umpteen hours to help you as you go department by department. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Before we leave we'll go into this further when we talk to the pension funds. But since you mentioned a potential reduction in the assumed rate of return, you had it charted, but it was not easy I think, for people to see what the actual impact of that would be. If there were a 0.25% reduction in assumed rate of return, how much of an impact would that have on current services for our constituents today?
We would need to find $100 million in either new revenue or reductions.
$100 million
for 1/4.
For a 0.25%. And there are those who have less understanding of the way government pensions work and try to associate that some way with private sector pension funds, which, of course, there's no correlation between the two for a variety of different reasons. But has there ever been a time that you can think of or that you know of since the Great Depression or even before, when over a 30-year period the stock market has not returned returns in excess of the current 7.5% assumption?
Well, sir, I can't answer that off the top of my head, but I'm sure your pension funds and their actuaries will be very interested in
okay.
that.
Well, we'll get into that further with them. You did mention that there are a number of revenue assumptions that are based on policy actions that have yet to be taken. And I think that really needs to be underscored given the fact that there's very little room for error in this budget. This is not a budget where we have a lot of cushion in the event that there's a reduction in revenues, other than to go into the reserve fund, which we've all, sort of really worked hard not to do. So I just want to highlight that because while revenue projection generally is difficult, but there's some science to it, when it comes to absolute brand new policy programs that haven't even been vetted by the council, there's a great deal of uncertainty as to those elements of what, if any, revenues might be realized, because this council might decide just to go in a whole different direction, not adopt those programs. So I want to highlight that so that we're all mindful of that as we move forward, not only with this budget, but also with the work that we're going to do on the policy around those issues. That there's now a benchmark that's kind of been set that if we don't reach, that's going to have immediate impact on the current year budget.
Yes, sir.
One very small point, but it's specific to the CAO, and that is there's $5.1 million set aside for the attorney conflict panel, which is about a 20% increase from prior years. What was the reason? It's not a huge
Sir,
thing, but I just wonder what the reason was.
The city attorney's conflict panel, which sort of mirrors the general liability claims bucket, the same kind of, we normally have a piece of the city's cases. Sometimes we do the entire conflict. Their police abuse cases are the same kind of cases that are actually expanding on both sides. So our costs are going up, as are theirs.
Just an expectation of increased litigiousness,
yes, sir.
I suppose. Okay. All right. Mr. Englander?
All right, thank you. Just couple brief questions. And looking at page 5, the revenue assumptions, it says on 2 notes on the 3rd paragraph at the bottom, a third year of shortfalls in parking fine revenues of $11 million. So I'll stop there for a moment, because then on page 8 it says no growth is projected for parking fine revenue. So there's actually a shortfall rather than no growth. But with that, why is that?
Is this on? Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. So to clarify, the no growth is from the revisions. Most of the discussion takes place from the revised 2016 budget, and that includes the reduction to the parking fine revenue estimate, and that is based on Department of Transportation's estimate in terms of their current traffic officer staffing and whether they're actually out issuing tickets or maybe handling special events or doing other things. So that estimate has been revised downward for the current year, and then next year assumes that they get that same amount of money. And with regards to, in terms of how they do the staffing, that would probably be best addressed by the Department of Transportation.
Okay, right. So, okay, we'll get to that, because I think that's something we've got to focus on. And then the $3.8 million deficit in parking occupancy taxes, except for then on page 8, it assumes a 2.6% growth.
Yes.
For an increase of $2.8 million.
So the parking occupancy tax is extremely variable, but if you do chart the growth over time, and you can probably see that by looking at the parking occupancy tax page, you can see that there is a trend of overriding growth. Last year's revenue came in high, so the current year reduction is probably just an adjustment to get back on trend, and then the subsequent year for fiscal year 18 assumes growth. There is really not an easy way to project those variances from month to month. I mean, if you look at the curve, it's just a bunch of squiggly lines uphill.
What triggers the significant variables?
The Department of Finance could probably best answer that. It is a cash-based business, and some of that might have to be attributed to their discovery efforts, but they can probably talk better on that.
Okay, we'll bring it back when they come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
You answered most of my questions in your opening, but you're talking about just wanted to push a little bit more on the risks that we have, and you mentioned the pension assumption, which is probably the biggest one coming up. And you also mentioned open contracts this year. Wanted to see if you could give us a ballpark on. Obviously, that's going to depend on the decisions and the negotiations for any sort of contract. But just so we have a sense, eyes wide open, of what scale we would be talking about in terms of potential additional liability or revenue loss that might cause.
Well, sir, the coalition contract will be open, and we expect your EERC to be prudent in handling those negotiations, but we wouldn't want to project what the final numbers are going to be at this point.
I figured that. I wouldn't, and I would never push you on a number like that. I was trying to get a ballpark so that we understand the generally where the risks are in this budget.
Well, as we talked about in pensions, as an example, 3% of the entire kind of employee salary account is around $100 million. So but we wouldn't want to project that this unit is going to get this salary versus that salary. Salaries that have already been negotiated and awarded are built into the budget. So any increases that have already been approved by your body are in the budget, but the contracts that have not been negotiated, I wouldn't want to speculate where they're going to end up, sir.
Okay. And on the flip side, I mean, there's some potential revenue here that could be larger, like the linkage fees. I think your assumption is fairly conservative on that in terms of what we might end up with on something like that. And that's also good to point out that there's risks in here in terms of us having revenue loss, but there's also potential upsides in revenue that may be moving forward.
Sir, there are certainly some revenues where just the predictions are issues like park occupancy, and some are dependent on your policies in particular. Obviously, billboards, linkage, what happens with shared rentals, all of those are going to be bigger or smaller pots, or no pot, as you point out, depending on what your council decides on those.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I on? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to sort of reiterate what the chair was saying about my concern about some of the anticipated revenues that are dependent upon policy considerations. I would love to see us have a linkage fee. I hope it's considerably more than what we have in this year's budget, and I hope we get that done. But we thought we were going to have that in this year's budget, so I'm a little concerned. The one that really concerns me, though, is the TOT and the short-term rental revenue. There's a scenario where we do nothing, which is where we continue to collect the TOT, and it's the wild, wild west, and we lose rental stock throughout the city. Or we do something, and we come up with some sort of regulation, and we have now a reduction in, I think, what we're anticipating. The figure that is sort of baked into this budget, is that assuming that the status quo continues, or is it assuming something that actually causes us to generate even more short-term rental revenue than we currently are?
It's assuming status quo, sir.
Assuming the status quo. I don't know if that's a fair assumption to make. I don't have a crystal ball, but I think there's probably some sentiment on the council that there needs to be some sort of regulations that will have some sort of impact. Of the TOT revenue that's anticipated for short-term rentals, are we, I don't recall, anticipating using some of that for enforcement of short-term rental regulations?
I think the budget proposes $1 million for enforcement.
Okay. So we're assuming
Again,
no...
it's general fund, so it's not directly, but it...
So we're assuming no regulations, but enforcement of the regulations, essentially, under the current scenario. Okay. We will not then be doing what we said we were going to be doing when we first started collecting the TOT for short-term rentals, which is putting it into affordable housing.
The proposed budget puts it into the general fund, sir.
Into the general fund instead. Okay, to be discussed further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And, sir, just one more plug. If you put monies into the general fund, your body can put it all where you want. If you restrict it, you've restricted yourself tomorrow to make sort of changes as you have to make hard decisions.
The only reason I asked is, and I appreciate that, the only reason I asked is that when some of us reluctantly swallowed the idea of collecting the TOT for short-term rentals prior to there being regulations, because we were concerned that the revenue would dictate the regulations instead of the regulations dictating the revenue, which is what I'm afraid is going to happen now,
Yes.
is that it was sold as this will help with homelessness and affordable housing. So I swallowed that and...
Just as a follow-up comment on that, I mean, there is a yin and yang, too, because the hotel TOT has been relatively flat, right? And as we restrict Airbnb, that may actually have a direct, the correlation on the hotel TOT, and so predicting the revenue and where it's going to come from is going to be difficult, and there may be some self-correcting because of the relationship between the two. More of a comment.
Anything further for the CAO members? Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. Okay, we're going to go now to our public comment cards, and just ballparking it, folks. It looks like I have about 60 or so here in front of me. So I want to remind everyone again, because some folks might have come in before I began, we will only be taking comment on the 2017-2018 budget, and we will not, in prior years there was an opportunity to provide separate comment for each department. We won't be doing that. We'll be taking one comment period at usually at the beginning of the day, and that will be the entirety of the comment. So I'd like to ask you to try to constrain your comments to a minute per speaker, so that we can get through all these cards and then get back to our departmental work. So I'd like to invite up first Tony Gamboa, followed by Amanda Meza, followed by Ann Job. Mr. Gamboa, welcome.
Mr. Chairman and Honorable Budget Committee members, Tony Gamboa, President of UFLAC. Let me first say thank you once again to the members of the City Council and this Budget Committee, in particular, along with Mayor Eric Garcetti, for your continuing support of the Los Angeles Fire Department. It seems like distant memory to realize that we went 5 years without hiring a single new firefighter or paramedic in the LAFD. It was not too long ago in 2011 that over a dozen fire prevention inspectors were eliminated, 7 trucks, 11 engines, and several ambulances were closed. We were not hiring new firefighters, and public safety was compromised. This City Council and our new mayor have turned things around for the LAFD, and the proposed 2017-2018 budget for the LAFD once again reflects the fact that our elected leaders continue to make our fire department a priority. So thank you once again for your support of our firefighters, which is reflected in this proposed budget. UFLAC has been working closely with Chief Terrazas, and we are aware that he has sent the members of this committee a letter detailing his priorities for budget augmentations for the LAFD. I want you to know that we worked on this list together, and we are in complete agreement of these priorities: restoring 2 engine companies, adding new emergency incident technicians, and supporting firefighter health and safety by funding our diesel exhaust capturing system are all top priorities for our firefighters. These items were listed as the top 3 priorities in the Chief's budget letter, and we agree with this 100%. Okay. In 2016, the LAFD received more than 481,000 calls for service, which is an increase of 17,000 from 2015.
Mr. Herman, sit down. I'm sorry, Mr. Gamboa, I have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay. With calls continuing to rise, it is critically important to continue to support the restoration of our closed resources and depleted staff. Thank you to the mayor for putting forth a budget that supports our firefighters, and thank you to the members of this committee, starting with our good friend, Chairman Krikorian, and committee members for your strong consideration and united budget priorities that have been put forward by Chief Terrazas and are supported by UFLAC and our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, very much. I appreciate it. Our next speaker is Amanda Meza, followed by Ann Job, followed by Amelia Crotty.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amanda Meza from Investing in Place. I'm a CD1 resident from Mount Washington, and I'm here to urge you to fully support Vision Zero. On my daily commute, my fellow riders are mostly women and children, and the leading cause of death, as you know in the data, for children ages 5 to 14, that's the leading cause of death. Second leading cause of death for those aged 15 to 24. And this is school age, essentially, kindergarten all the way through higher ed. So as a former teacher and community organizer, parents in our highest need communities and areas, their primary concern was if their children were to come back safe and alive. As you know, pedestrian deaths are increasing, particularly in our most vulnerable communities. So their concerns are valid and lived. So as you consider the budget before us and the needs of our communities, I strongly urge you to take seriously roadway safety for all. The city has identified a great need with Vision Zero and now has a great opportunity with Measure M. So the promise of Measure M was to ensure that we get around the city with more options, and we hope to do those options alive. Thank Thank you again.
Very good. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ann Job, followed by Amelia Crotty, followed by Mario. I'm sorry. Fed. It begins with an F. Sorry. Ms. Job.
Will I get more time since we have a community impact statement on this? It won't take me.
Thank you. We typically haven't done that, but
okay.
Thank you.
Because we have had a community impact statement on this, and we've sent a letter to the mayor. As I understand it, several items that Chief Terrazas specifically asked for inclusion in the budget are not in it. Two of those items, funding for the fast response vehicle and a basic life support rescue ambulance, are for Sylmar's sole fire station, Station 91, and let me remind you, it was built in 1956. Everyone in this room, everyone knows that Sylmar needs at least one more fire station. Everyone knows that it is high-risk area for fire and earthquakes. No one is arguing, I don't think, in this room that Sylmar is adequately protected. But everyone knows that the response time for medical emergencies is much too long and puts our residents at risk. Everyone knows that one fire that we can't get to soon enough will wipe out any assets that we have or advantages of not doing this. I will stop now.
Thank you.
But I think you get the gist. Thank you.
We do indeed. Thank you very much, Ms. Joe. Next speaker is Amelia Crotty, followed by Mario. I apologize, sir. Followed by Assad Beg.
Good afternoon. My name is Amelia Crotty. I'm the Policy and Program Manager at Los Angeles Walks, which leads the Vision Zero Alliance. I'm here to comment on the Mayor's proposed transportation budget. So normally on a Wednesday afternoon, I would be walking with seniors from Union Tower, an affordable housing site in Westlake near MacArthur Park, but they sent me here today instead to impress upon you the dangers and the difficulties that they face when they're just literally trying to cross the street, or the social isolation they face when they don't go out because they're afraid to cross the streets. Los Angeles is the deadliest city for traffic crashes in the United States. As Amanda said, traffic collisions are the leading cause of death for children in this county. Addressing the public health crisis will take more than the mayor's proposed transportation budget. It's going to take fully updating a street and sidewalk system that currently results in one death every 34 hours. Measure M local return funding presents a terrific, once-in-a-long-time opportunity to fund projects that save lives and that make the preservation of human life the number one priority of our transportation system, as Councilmember Bonin said. We urge you to fully fund Vision Zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mario Fedlin. I am a CD14 resident, founder of a youth organization called Big Citizen Hub, and I'm here representing the Boyle Heights for Youth Coalition. And we're here today to urge the council, when negotiating the $9.2 billion budget, to really focus on the young people in our community. And really, we're here to work with the mayor's office and the council to establish a youth development program, or in short, a youth task force, to better understand how we're spending resources on young people. For me, as a young person of color, or as a man of young person of color working in, living I wasn't in gangs, I wasn't in need of homework support, but I know that I was one or two decisions away from needing severe intervention. And right now, the city does not have a strategy for young people like me. They don't have a strategy for the 225 people I work with on Saturdays, and they don't have a strategy for the 800,000 young people in our community. So that's what I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Assad Baig, followed by Guadalupe Arellanes, followed by Eric Hubbard.
Assad Baig with Advancement Project, a public policy and civil rights organization focusing advocacy efforts on health, equity, education, public budgets, and political engagement. Here speaking on two items in the fiscal year 18 budget. The first, building on Mario's point of youth development, the city does have engaging youth programs such as Grade, Summer Night Lights, Youth Workforce Development that total to $37 million, and we commend their efforts, but that really competes nothing against San Francisco and New York, whose departments are budgeted at $196 and $748 million. This idea has percolated but not quite blossomed in City Hall, and we look forward to working with this committee to ensure our young people are invested for. The second item I do want to speak on is the Rec and Parks budget. We understand there are 53 unassigned positions that were originally maintained to build and repair our current parks, and they are going to be reassigned to another part of the budget. We do want to uplift the fact that Measure A has built in $3 billion worth of need for the city of Los Angeles. There are assessments for every single council district. These 53 positions are vital to our programming for our youth. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Guadalupe Arellanes, followed by Eric Hubbard, followed by Dennis Heinmann.
So, good afternoon, council members. My name is Guadalupe Arellanes, and I'm with the Boyle Heights for Youth campaign. And just to go along with what my partners, Mario and Assad, said, although commitments like this can be challenging, continuing with the current level of funding is irresponsible. Youth programs make an important difference for our children and their parents. They keep our kids safe after school and in summer when they are most likely unsupervised. They help kids achieve academically, socially, and emotionally. Most importantly, they help parents provide productive and cost-effective opportunities for their children. The choice confronting city leadership is to finally recognize the importance of youth development. We admit government is never going to take the place of a stable household, but if there is a breakdown in the family unit, we have to ensure that replacement investment are in place to support the impacted youth. We expect to get citywide support for this and would like to thank Councilman Jose Huizar for introducing a motion to study the issue, but it will ultimately be up to the City Council and Mayor to prioritize youth development moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Hubbard, followed by Dennis Heinmann, followed by Anna Grubin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Eric Hubbard. I am Development Director for Homelessness, Inc. We are a nonprofit located in Boyle Heights that provides housing and supportive services to homeless youth. And I, along with my colleagues who previously spoke, are here to urge the City Council and the Mayor's Office to create a youth development department for the City of Los Angeles to prioritize youth. When we work with homeless youth, we see how many cracks they've fallen through before they even arrive at our shelter. I hope that we can prioritize youth and their development through after-school programs and a lot more really positive interventions before they even end up homeless in the first place. As the council is really making a strong commitment to ending homelessness in our communities, I hope we can do more to prevent young people from becoming homeless in the future. A youth development department with a dedicated strategy to support youth in positive ways throughout the Los Angeles city is very much needed in order to make sure that youth have all the opportunities they need to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dennis Heinmann, followed by Anna Grubin, followed by Larry Watts.
Hi. Under Measure M is going to bring in a lot more money for transportation, along with the increased fuel, motor tax, and vehicle registration fee tax. It seems that the mayor's budget brings Vision Zero from $3 million a year to $5 million. That is an insignificant increase considering how much more money, tax revenue is coming in for transportation. The street services says that they can only handle $100 million more dollars. So I think you need to consider that the funding for pedestrians, bicycles, and also Vision Zero is very much underfunded. It is, of course, we need to increase the funding for the streets that are in poor condition, but not put the majority of all of that money to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Grubin, followed by Larry Watts, followed by Caridad Vasquez.
Ms. Grubin had to leave, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Larry Watts. I'm chairman of the Brentwood Community Council, president of People for Parks. Parks are an essential to healthy life in an urban environment. Sadly, LA is one of the park poorest cities in the nation. We rank 65th among major cities in terms of the best parks. In California, we're behind San Francisco, Irvine, San Diego, Oakland, and Sacramento. Nationally, we're behind Buffalo, Cleveland, and Kansas City. The people have voted their support for public parks. They want public parks. They want to improve our public parks. And the current budget, which would cut the funding, is not being responsive to the public's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Caridad Vasquez, followed by Rosa Miranda, followed by Rudy Espinosa. Okay. Our next speaker then will be Jack Humphreyville, followed by Judy West, followed by Lourdes Timoxtle.
My name is Jack Humphreyville. I'm a neighborhood council budget advocate. I want to make sure that you read the Los Angeles Times editorial the other day where it suggested that Los Angeles cannot be a progressive, transformed city if it can't pay the bills. The mayor and the city council need to get real on the city's finances. Over the last 5 years, revenues have increased to $1.2 billion, and you still have a structural deficit that's going to be $300 million over the next 4 years. And that doesn't include labor contracts, it doesn't include fixing our streets in a proper manner, and it doesn't include being realistic about our pensions. By not focusing in on the future, you're doing a disservice to future Angelinos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Lourdes Timoxtle. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Judy West, and I am president of Local 741. We represent recreation assistants and instructors who provide the frontline services for the parks. I come before you today to ask that you support the backfilling vacancies and hiring of our staff. We are understaffed and at times have to cut back on programs for this reason. For instance, at my center, I provide a youth science workshop, and I had to turn away 5 families this spring because we did not have enough staff to assist with our program. So not only were we not able to provide services to our constituents, but we lost revenue. So when making your decision, keep in mind this old saying, it takes money to make money. Help us adequately staff our parks so that our constituents don't have to be placed on a waiting list or lose out an opportunity to be a phenomenal program that we provide. And don't forget, if you do that to our people, I'll just have to kick you.
All right. Our next speaker is Lourdes Timoxtle, followed by Azeneth Martinez.
Good morning, afternoon, committee members. My name is Lourdes, and I am part of Pacoima Beautiful. We are devoted to help better our environment, and that is having safe and clean parks for our communities. Unfortunately, that can't be without the 53 critical positions that maintain safety, keep the parks clean and well programmed. Parks don't only reduce violence around its area, it also promotes health and wellness while bringing the community together. So we ask you to restore the 53 critical maintenance positions that are proposed to be cut and invest in the recreation and parks, not only to have clean and safe parks, but also to bring unity, health, and growth to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Azeneth Martinez, followed by Yvette Lopez Ledesma.
Good afternoon. I'm Azeneth Martinez, and I'm a resident of Pacoima. I'll be speaking on behalf of Professor Rigglein. Parks maintenance is a major environmental justice issue in Los Angeles. Research shows that poorly maintained parks are rarely used by their communities. The proposed budget cuts in park maintenance go against Mayor Garcetti's commitment to environmental justice, as expressed through the Sustainable City Plan and other long-term visions. I urge the mayor and city council not to only maintain the current budget for parks maintenance, but to increase it, and to do so in parks located in low-income communities of color. The City of LA has undertaken promotion initiatives to address the environmental justice issues related to parks, and this is not the time to make a U-turn. Please keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Yvette Lopez Ledesma, followed by Armando Herman.
Good afternoon, committee members.
Pacoima Beautiful believes that access to safe, clean parks is an environmental justice issue. Investing in parks is investing in prevention. Investing in the care of our limited park space contributes to the overall health and well-being of our communities. The proposed budget for 2018 does not support health, equity, or sustainability. How the city chooses to allocate its resources is more important now than it's ever been. If you want to have a more livable and sustainable city, the commitment should be shown in the numbers. Every budget tells a story. The story that is told now is that increased policing and liability are prioritized over maintaining jobs and healthy spaces. More funding for rec and parks in this cycle and future cycles will not only reduce liabilities, but also generate social dividends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Armando Herman, followed by Mark Glassick, followed by Lindsay Nolan.
So we're the blank checks, you see? It's always about for corruption. The nerve, the audacity. I just want to vomit on the city attorney for broken roads and to address the homeless issue. Listen, rookie. Listen, rookie.
Speak to the budget or you're disrupting this meeting.
$9 million. $9 million. No, $9 billion. And we still go through this extraordinary bullshit of wasted fraud and abuse for homelessness. HHH, $176 million fucking dollars for who? Ask me, Zabel, for who? You, Mayor Eric Garcetti. Get on the ball and solve the homeless problem. No money for the Olympics until we get our $106 million funded for homelessness. You little goat.
Thank you. You're out of time. Sit down, please. Mark Glassick is our next speaker, followed by Lindsay Nolan, followed by Amy Rossen.
Good afternoon, council members. Mark Glassick, LA Neighborhood Land Trust. You should have our letter before you. In a city where a person's race is the strongest predictor of their ability to walk to a safe, clean, well-programmed park, this budget misses the mark. Not adequately funding maintenance and programming is not only a poor risk management strategy, it's an approach that will do little to bridge the 12-year life expectancy gap in the city. In a time of unprecedented wealth and development, proposing minimal funds to support the livability, safety, and vibrancy of our neighborhoods is a manufactured crisis. We can and must do better. Our park system is being held together with duct tape and baling wire. This proposed budget breaks the tape and cuts the wire. We ask you to prioritize our lives, our children, and our parks by funding safe, clean, and programmed parks for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lindsay Nolan, followed by Amy Rossen.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Nolan, and I'm Policy and Outreach Coordinator at LA County Bicycle Coalition. LACBC is here to support all of our park equity allies in requesting that you restore the vital parks funding which has been cut and will most hurt the health and well-being of our neighbors in low-income communities of color. I'm also here today to implore you to embrace Councilmember Bondin's proposal to commit 60% of Measure M local return to Vision Zero, or roughly $30 million. LADOT General Manager Seleta Reynolds has said it will cost $80 million to reach the 2017 Vision Zero goal of 20% reduction in fatalities, but the city's proposed budget comes out to only about $16 million, and most of that comes from Measure R. New York's 2017 Vision Zero budget is $174 million. We can do better. When you look at the robust budget for the fire department or the police department, these departments are about saving lives. Vision Zero is about saving lives too. The city is spending millions of dollars in settlements for people dying in our streets. This is a public health crisis. Let's prevent these deaths and make our streets safer by seriously investing in Vision Zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amy Rossen, and Ms. Rossen, you filled out 2 cards, but we're only doing, one item, so go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amy Rossen, and I've been an animal keeper at the Los Angeles Zoo for 10 years. I'm a union steward, and I'm here on behalf of the majority of the zoo to beg you to give us more staff. The zoo is the one entity in Los Angeles that is universally used and enjoyed by the public that is also affordable. We are so severely understaffed currently, it is difficult to provide the top-of-the-line services that Los Angeles residents and visitors deserve. Being understaffed is a huge safety concern for the public, animals, and staff. If an animal keeper makes one tiny error, it can have a catastrophic ending if an animal were to get loose and injure someone or get killed themselves. With the current increase in media scrutiny from animal activist groups, we need to make sure that the animal welfare is beyond reproach. In order to do this, we need at least 10 to 20% more staff than we currently have. Since the recession, we have a substantial reduction in the ratio of animals to keepers. The zoo staff is tired, overworked, and can't do the job to the full potential with the staff shortage currently available. It's not only the animal keepers who need your help. Our zoo is constantly filled with trash, and as you know, we're a botanical garden, so we have thousands of trees that fill the zoo with leaf litter and debris. Many trees are diseased and damaged and need to be cut down because they're a huge safety concern. We not only need more animal keepers, we also need more custodians and gardener caretakers. Please help us and give us the staff we need to thrive and make the citizens of Los Angeles proud of our zoo.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elva, is it Yamez or Yomes? Elsa Tung and Raul Macias. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. Elsa Tung with the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. Council members, 2 out of every 3 Angelenos are park poor, and low-income communities of color bear the brunt of the health, environmental, and social consequences. This status quo is unacceptable. LA ranks 51st out of the largest U.S. cities in per capita spending on parks. This status quo is, frankly, pathetic. Why then would this budget propose to cut from the already unacceptable, pathetic status quo? We ask the committee to restore the 53 critical maintenance positions that are proposed to be cut. Fully fund RAP's efforts to help people experiencing homelessness. Increase RAP's general fund appropriation commensurate with its mandated general fund reimbursements and skyrocketing utility expenses. And finally, invest in our park system in order to provide safe, clean, well-programmed parks to every Los Angeles resident, regardless of race, income, or zip code. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raul Macias, followed by Tori Ksher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councilmen. Well, in this time so difficult for our communities, I think we need an increase, a decrease in our parks. I have 20 years experience working with park and recs, and I never see the end. We struggle. I think it's a matter of justice to give a good services to communities, especially the communities of color. I think the common sense, it has to prevail in you because you have the decision. Please think twice about this budget and don't forget where you guys came from. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Tori Ksher, followed by Wayne Spindler, followed by Jerry Hans.
Good afternoon. My name is Tori Chair, Trust for Public Land. The Trust for Public Land strongly opposes the devastating proposed cuts to RAP's budget. Parks are a necessary part of any city and essential to the health of its residents. The city must protect its investment in our parks by maintaining them properly to keep them safe and clean. Deferred maintenance has already occurred in many parks and will ultimately cost the city much more in the long run. It's unconscionable to significantly reduce the park maintenance staff even further, and which is already a level that cannot care for and maintain the enormous LA city parks. LA has suffered a drought. As you know, there's additional maintenance that is really to prevent liability and tree falls and other types of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wayne Spindler, followed by Jerry Hans, followed by Deanna Tunstale.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I believe a $10 million set aside will be needed for the following litigation. Spindler versus City of Los Angeles 1, Spindler versus City of Los Angeles 2, Spindler versus Office of the City Attorney, State Appeals Court, People versus Spindler of Los Angeles, and Michael Hunt versus City of Los Angeles, LAPD et al. These funds will be needed for outside counsel for the city because Mr. Fable couldn't litigate his stupid fucking ass out of a paper bag, amongst other issues. Also, a $1 million set aside for funding is needed for legal defense fund for Councilman Curran, is that how you say it? Curran Price, because he's a bigamist.
Okay.
You are all criminals. Fuck you all.
Okay, you're done. Our next speaker is Jerry Hans, followed by Deanna Tunsdale.
And Mr. Krikorian, just for the record, Mr. Herman has been making goat noises intermittently throughout the course of this.
Okay.
I'm sure he's disturbing other people seated around him.
Yeah, we would ask that people in the audience refrain from making distracting noises that cause the public to not be able to participate fully in this meeting. All right, our next speaker is Jerry Hans, followed by Deanna Tunsdale, followed by Carmen Hayes Walker. Come on up. If I called your name, just come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deanna Tunstall, and I'm a facility director for the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks. I'm second-generation recreation professional. I grew up in the park system, and to see what we do for families and for communities and how we build programs, and we are actually a part of the prevention of different crimes that go on in the neighborhoods, where people become park proud. We are losing right now on the front line because of the lack of services that we can provide and the skill sets. We're losing people daily to retirement. We're at a 30% low from 2008 when we were flourishing. We need to fill those positions. We want to be able to provide these families in Los Angeles key services that will reduce their stress, that will build a sense of community. We need your help to do that. Please reconsider our budget item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carmen Hayes Walker, followed by Jackie Ilham.
My name is Carmen Hayes Walker, President AFSCME Local 3090, representing the dedicated clerical and support workers who provide frontline services to the citizens of Los Angeles. We are extremely concerned about the service restoration to this great city. The Coalition of Unions negotiated a landmark service and jobs restoration program that was supposed to bring improved service levels and civilian careers to Los Angeles. That promise and that program falls short and is almost non-existent in this budget. We are excited that the libraries are open for extended hours. However, even with the success of Measure L, the department isn't making the use of the Targeted Local Hire program to hire Angelitos in benefited full-time positions. You can't expand hours by existing staff, and you can't successfully run a staff department with scores of part-time workers. In recreation and parks, utilizing majority full part-time staff doesn't build continuity and trust in the community. Along with programming, this city's kids and parents deserve that as a bare minimum. I don't know if you've noticed, but with the city's aging workforce, the city needs to hire full-time workers soon to train the new workers. We already saw massive experience and skills walk out the door during the economic downturn with the early retirement. If the rest of the city retires and you have only hired part-time workers, no one will know what is going on, they won't care, and what's worse, the citizens of Los Angeles will suffer greatly in the reduction of services that this city should be providing.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Jackie Ilham, followed by Elsa Moy, followed by Eddie Olivas.
Hi, I'm Jackie Elam. I'm here today on behalf of Community Health Councils and our other park allies in the room. Community Health Councils is located in South LA, and we are committed to fighting for park equity and health equity in general for all Angelinos, regardless of race, income, or their zip code, so that they have access to safe, clean, and well-maintained parks. For City of LA to be a world-class city and have this status of prominence, it's really unacceptable how poor our park quality and numbers are here in LA. So 2 out of every 3 Angelenos are park poor, and low-income communities of color are bearing the brunt of this health, environmental, and social and economic consequences. Not only does continuing to exacerbate health disparities bad for society from a justice standpoint, but it's bad from an economic standpoint too. There's losses in tax revenues, losses in productivity, and high healthcare costs as a result of neglecting our parks and not continuing to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elsa Moy, followed by Eddie Olivas, followed by Claudia Guyton.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elsa Moy, represent the police, financial advisor of Quest Capital. Los Angeles fire and police pensions need 8.5%. Prudential Jennison Plan Fund, I did the research. I have faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eddie Olivas, followed by Claudia Guyton.
Respected community members, my name is Eddie Olivas with the LA Conservation Corps. I'm here to support Recs and Parks and ask that you increase the RAP budget. Parks are a vital resource for our youth and community and a safe, open space area for citizens of Los City of Angels and need larger budgets to stay thriving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And Claudia, I saw from the smile on your face that I probably mispronounced your last name.
Yes,
so
it's
sorry about that.
Claudia Goitia with the American Heart Association. I'm the Government Relations Director for the LA County, and I'm here to speak to the committee on a couple of items. As you've heard, folks reference health in regards to Vision Zero as well as parks. 2 items that are very important to the American Heart Association. The City of LA has an opportunity right now with the mayor's proposed budget to increase some funding for both these budgets, prioritizing assets to neighborhoods like parks, complete streets, protected bike lanes will help not only keep people physically active, but also reduce deaths, increase participation at parks. So on behalf of the American Heart Association, I would like to ask that the committee consider increasing investment in Vision Zero as well as increasing investment in the Parking Recreations budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now second call for Caridad Vasquez, Rosa Miranda, Rudy Espinosa, Elva Yamez, and Jerry Hans. Any of them here? Okay, very good. Thank you all very much. That concludes the cards that I have. Mr. Williams, any other cards? That's it. Okay, very good. Then that brings us to our first departmental presentation, and I'd like to ask the Office of Finance and Treasurer to come on forward. Is the Office of Finance not here? Okay, so we're going to skip Office of Finance and we're going to go to Fire Department then. And if somebody could let Ms. Bartels know that we're, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and bring up the Fire Department. Is the Fire Department not here either? Okay, folks, come on. All right, can somebody please ask Ms. Bartels to come on in? Well, actually, while we're waiting, Mr. Llewellyn, did you have a separate presentation that you wanted to make on revenue aside from what you've already offered us? I have on my agenda a revenue presentation, but that was encompassed in what you already...
Councilmember, and it's as much as y'all want. We don't need a separate presentation if you feel sufficient.
Very good. All right, Office of Finance and Treasurer. Good afternoon, welcome. Good afternoon. And I'm sorry, before you begin, can we ensure that the fire department is queued up and ready to go as well? Thank you. All right. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Claire Bartels, a little out of breath, excuse me.
It's okay. Well, I'll buy you some time. I just wanted to remind all of the general managers that we have received your departmental letters. All of the members have reviewed them. I thank you very much for providing them because it really facilitates our ability to work efficiently through these hearings. So we have seen your letter, but I do want to afford you the opportunity to speak briefly to it. You don't need to repeat all of the arguments. You can assume we've read your letter already. But
thank you.
Now, if you've had a few breaths, go right ahead, Ms. Bartels.
Indeed. It is a pleasure to be here, and indeed I consider it a privilege to be the department that is coming before you first today. I'd like to share with you, I am joined by my executive management team. I should say my extraordinary executive management team, beginning to the left here, Assistant Director of Finance and Assistant Treasurer, Todd Bowie. Two over was Tom Juarez, our Chief Investment Officer, and to his left, our Assistant Director of Finance, Selwyn Hollins. Seated in the midst of Todd and Tom is a very important member of our team as well, our Director of Systems, Carl Sampson. I'd also like to take a brief moment to recognize in the audience our key critical partner in our management team, and that is our Personnel Director, Elba Pelaez, who, combined with our executive management team, would be quick to say, and correctly so, that we would not have, without the members of the entire Office of Finance, the dedicated women and men that are committed to public service, we would not have been able to realize the successes that we were able to realize this past 14 months with myself as the leader of finance. And so a very special thank you to all of the team of the Office of Finance. And to you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for your interest in finances, having adequate resources to provide the excellent customer service that we do and to collect the revenue on behalf of the city that we do. And with that, we'd like to address any questions that you have for our department.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Englander?
I have a couple. Hello. So just a couple quick questions. One, an acknowledgement on the one-time funding for delinquent account tracking system, so I think that's great, and I think that's a good thing to do. But on the customer support metric on page 268, it says that the call centers, the call answered is being reduced as a goal from 98% last year to 85% this year. And I'm wondering, well, why we're attempting to reduce the goal of customer service, and particularly on the call centers.
Customer service is actually a high priority for finance. It was not our doing, frankly. I would have to defer that question to the CAO to answer. We did not lower that anticipated
so reduction. We can come back to that, why the CAO wants to look that up. Well, that was on page 268, a reduction from 98% to 85% this year. In fact, the operational management side that you've been overseeing has been a focus of customer service, so I want to thank you for that. I truly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Two things. One is I'd like to ask, well, I guess I'll go right out of the gate and ask for the first memos.
Let's see if we can get an answer first.
Well, yeah, no, I don't want you to answer this. I want a memo back. It'll be on... But I don't want it to come into this committee. This will be a policy memo. Okay. And so it'll be on the security updates and enhancements and what we should do to make sure that your office is more secure, particularly given the cash changes that have occurred recently in society. So I'll leave it at that without getting into too many descriptors.
Yes,
and,
I understand.
And so I'd like to make sure, I know we have a city hall security plan and updating the entry, but we also want to make sure that your office is secure as well. And so LAPD can work with you and report back to the Public Safety Committee on that.
We share that priority and that concern. Thank you very much.
Yes. And then the other thing I wanted to ask was about the change of date that you and I have talked about, and the idea that if there's some way we can get businesses to submit their business tax when the rest of their federal and state taxes are due at the same time, because right now, as it is, it's for years and years and years, they have to keep two separate sets of books as it is because of gross receipts versus what they have to submit to the feds. But in the city of Los Angeles, they have to submit much sooner as well. And it's very difficult, not only for businesses, but also for CPAs and the like. And we've talked about that. And I'm wondering if we can make that an initiative to look at this year.
Certainly, we can look at altering the date. In fact, we have been talking about the possibility of phasing it in for different segments of different targeted registrants, different types of businesses, depending on those that are paying versus receiving an exemption. So we'd be happy to explore that further with you.
And I think that's one real place that we really haven't focused on in terms of being business friendly is just the actual due date. And businesses having to scramble early to get it done for the city, it's very difficult, and it really puts a burden here in Los Angeles on them. So I'd like to work with you on that.
Okay. We are pleased, though you didn't ask, to note that 75% of our businesses are renewing online as of this time, so we're very pleased to report that statistic.
Excellent.
We are aiming to make things as easy as possible for people to make their obligations to the city and online, and we recently launched as well, a little plug for our improvements, our online chat service, which is making it easier. We've served a good 1,000 businesses who have chosen to get immediate response or immediate feedback as to answering their questions as to how to comply with the city's obligations. So
excellent.
Very
Thank
proud
you.
of that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about LA tax. Your letter is requesting an additional $250,000 for the LA tax replacement effort, and you talk about in the letter the delays could put the city revenue collection at risk, which concerns me and should concern all of us greatly. Could you explain a little bit more about what those risks are, and are we being penny wise and pound foolish by not providing that $250? Is the $500 in the budget enough to mitigate those risks until 2020 or whenever the system is no longer supported? Because I hate to put us at risk for something as important as our efficiency in tax collection.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that question. LA Tax is indeed the most important system, I would say, that finance oversees, and it is at a critical juncture right now. You may recall we were here a year ago having identified there was a need to replace LA Tax, primarily because the program or the platform that is written in is going to be unsupportable come January 1st, 2020. So we knew then that we had to take action, and in the last year we have gone out to RFP, identified a vendor who can fulfill the modernization of shifting it to a supportable platform in time. If we start now, we have about an 18-month timetable to do so. The estimated costs are actually to spend over 2 budget cycles, and so we estimate that we need, in addition to the $500,000 that we are very appreciative of the mayor recognizing that the replacement is a priority, but we are short $250,000 and for the contractual services. For the development environment, I would say we need the monies at the time that we commence the contract with the selected vendor. So there are additional monies that will be needed in the subsequent year, roughly precisely $750,000 the subsequent year. But I am certain of the costs without contingencies that we will need the.
So what happens if you don't have that $250?
Then we will have to make a choice to cut a service that we currently operate, because we will not be able to sacrifice the system that generates the $2.5 billion in revenue to the city. The plan that we have will never leave us without the means for collecting. We are actually starting right now we're about to execute the contract for the proof of concept. We're investing this year's funds in doing that so that will be 100% certain that we will deliver on time and successfully with this vendor. Okay. So we are, at the time we make the commitment to move forward, we are confident that we will have a successful outcome.
Okay, so with that, I certainly would want to ask for a report back on looking for potential sources of revenue, either generally or within your budget to cover that. If it's something we're going to have to cover, it's a must-do. So let's figure out whether we must do it within your budget or out of your budget, but as one of the report backs.
May I shall tell you, at the time we asked for 500,000 more. We have looked within our existing resources and have made some adjustments to get it down to the 250,000. And I just thought I'd share we would certainly have liked to have helped ourselves before having to come to you and ask for identifying additional funds.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and obviously I think it's important enough to raise it here and ask for that. I also wanted to ask you about the service fee. Your letter mentions the issue of passing on a merchant service fee to people using credit cards, which is an interesting idea. A lot of businesses do that. Of the $1.6 million that we absorb each year, how much can realistically be passed on to city users? And also, does it always make sense? I mean, in theory, it's cost recovery, but in practice, if the collecting of that money, if there's small fees, costs us more than the collection fee, then it doesn't necessarily make sense to do. And I'm assuming you guys have done that kind of analysis of how you would split that hair. But I can certainly imagine scenarios where it would be more of a deterrent, and then we'd end up, having to process a $50 check, which would cost us more than the $1.50 that it would cost on the service fee.
We actually submitted a report to council a few months ago on this very issue, and we identified the $1.6 million in various funds, both special fund and general fund, that were expending the finances covering the costs for the merchant fees that are associated with those departments. The recommendation that we have and the dollar amount associated with it is roughly $1 million is attributable to special funds, and we're suggesting that the special fund accounts could defray the general fund expenses to the tune of $1 million.
Is there a downside to that?
Well, it would certainly be a departmental decision as to, depending on what their we haven't analyzed each of the special funds purposes themselves, but from a general fund perspective, certainly there would not be a downside. Todd, would you like to add something to that? As author of the report?
Thanks. Sure. We looked at the various departments and consulted with them in terms of their disposition towards passing on merchant fees versus absorbing. Many of them hadn't really considered it. Many of them were kind of indicated they were looking towards policy guidance on that. And so what we're recommending is that each department make its own individual decision based on their business needs, and they can make the determination as to whether or not it's in their best interest to pass on a fee. But we do believe that the cost of doing business is something that should be recognized as well, and in particular for those departments that are special funded, to recognize that there is a cost associated with the services that they're receiving.
So maybe this isn't so much a budget item as, maybe there's already a council item on this. So, or is there what should we be considering in the budget vis-a-vis this, or can this be on a separate track?
The budget impact is potentially if more special funded departments were to reimburse the general fund, then there would be a reduction in general fund obligation to pay for merchant fees, reducing the general fund budget.
All right, well, that's something we can consider, I guess, as this process rolls forward. It's an interesting idea. Last question, immediate question, is about the cannabis licensing. Do you have enough staff for the anticipated increase? Knowing that there's going to be a separate entity ultimately that does it, but for until that independent commission is up and running, are you all set for the potential increase that might accompany the run-up to next year?
No.
Okay, what would it take?
Recognizing we actually submitted a report that, as you said, will be considered separately. We made many assumptions that we necessarily had to make many assumptions based on primarily on the status quo, and that is the environment we're operating in today is on collecting the cannabis tax for medical marijuana and all the restrictions therein related to Proposition D. We will need funding associated with securing our facility for the volume of cash associated that is only anticipated to increase. We will need appropriate tax compliance and discovery and audit function, as well as customer service professionals to assist as well. So our request in total was for 27 additional positions for the cannabis support. That is not addressed in the budget, and we realize that it will be, certainly those positions weren't addressed in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
But may I add, we have had a wealth of experience, we find, in an intense experience and in a very short period of time in the tax collection since Prop D was approved. We would not claim to be experts, but I might suggest that our department, more than perhaps any other, has had a great deal of first-hand experience and really understands better than we could have ever imagined just what the impact is of managing this burgeoning industry.
Thank you. Yeah, her mic's not on.
Hold the mic right up to your, yeah.
So Zara Buchanan, Office of the CAO, I'm sorry. This office will be releasing a report regarding additional resources for finance in 2 weeks to Rules Committee.
Thank you. We look forward to being part of that discussion then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez?
I want to continue to talk a little bit about the Cannabis Regulation Department. So what kind of changes or training do you anticipate to address some of the security concerns?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
What kind of training or changes do you anticipate to address some of the security concerns?
Well, we're in the midst of working with LAPD on their recommendations for actual facility improvements and enhancements. We need to identify and confirm the best location for managing this very cash-intense.
And that's all part of your budget?
It is part of the, I guess, supplemental package that we submitted that Zara is referring to.
And who's going to be handling the verification of the affidavits that marijuana dispensary operators need to sign in order to receive their new BTRC?
We handle all the affidavits.
You're still going to be doing that in your shop?
It's my understanding that there will not be that requirement in the future of affidavits when the recreational marijuana comes on.
Well, in order to receive a new BTRC, you need to complete or fill out an affidavit. Isn't that right?
Today, you must come in person and fill out the affidavit. It is my understanding that that will not be part of the future processing or future requirements. But it is today, and I can tell you we have issued 105 BTRCs to medical marijuana dispensaries in 2017. Thus far, we're doing it on a rolling basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Asked and answered.
Marijuana dispensary?
I had some concern that your salary savings seems to be a little disproportionate to some of the other departments. And I wanted to get a sense from you, if you had to meet the salary savings percentage that's indicated in the budget, what would the revenue collection ramifications of that be if you have to have reductions in services? I mean, can you quantify? Your personnel are sort of uniquely cost efficient, I guess, because you produce revenues on the whole. So if there's going to be that level of savings realized from your salary savings, what would that cost in terms of reduced revenue collection or delayed revenue collection?
I wish I could put an exact dollar amount on it, but we haven't realized a dollar amount. What we know is it would be the equivalent of keeping over 40 positions vacant in our department. And one way or another, all of our divisions, while not all directly engaged in revenue generating, are all part of the cycle of revenue generating. I think that's the point that you're raising. So whether it is to the systems group that supports the LA tax perspective, or those that are answering the phones or delayed in answering the phones or handling the long lines at the public counter that would result from less people handling, it will have a delay, as you aptly put it, in the collection of revenue. Also, perhaps unnecessarily generating more confusion, more angst, and more certainly a less productive work environment. Part of the strides that I alluded to us making in this last year involved, admittedly, it takes a very long time to hire the people and train the people for these specialized jobs in finance. And we did invest a great deal of time and energy, and are very proud of the fact that we've hired actually 50 employees to the Office of Finance this year, making are certain that we are asking. I'm mindful of the realities of the budget and the restraint that is necessary in our existing times. We're not asking to grow proportionate with the economy even. We're asking to maintain the base that we have established and to demonstrate results of more productive and successful revenue generation in this coming year.
And can you speak a little bit to your succession planning, and which of your key employees are soon to be retiring, and how a restriction on your number of positions and increase in your salary savings might impact your ability to prepare for retirements that are upcoming?
Certainly, thank you. And thank you for raising the issue of our seemingly unusually high salary savings rate. I usually like to be the first or be the winner. I'm very competitive, and we're usually celebrating our successes of being number one, but that is definitely an area where I don't want to be number one in salary savings rate. Succession planning, we have about 22% of our workforce today that is eligible for either retirement, regular retirement, or early retirement. So certainly it is something that we are cognizant of in preparation for the future. And I think the point you were making is exactly what is the key to our being able to survive the next few years and to thrive and have more successes, and that is flexibility. Even if we don't have all the funding to support filling, admittedly, all of the positions, we recognize that's not going to likely be a possibility. We do need the positions that we have today restored and available so that we have the flexibility to fill those which are deemed most necessary at any given time should we lose people. To answer your question, I don't know which key staff members will opt to retire, but 22% is a fair number of our 340, roughly 340 individuals serving in finance. What we're doing to help ourselves, we've piloted a program to utilize as needed, what we call tax renewal assistance is a specific category to the Office of Finance, and we have been utilizing them very successfully to train them in the ways of finance. Even if only for a short term, they've helped us get through the some peak periods in the office. And what we're encouraging them to do is to matriculate into the civil service system and through enter the Office of Finance, hopefully to be finance employees of the future. We also have engaged with the Targeted Local Hire program and have hired people into our office through there. And we're focused on other career ladder development for the personnel of finance so that we want finance to be one of the best departments for our city civil service employees to choose to work in. So we are focusing on making finance a great place to work, and we are open for business in every regard.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else, members, for finance? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bartels, to you and your team. And that will bring up the fire department. Chief Terrasas, good afternoon.
Chairman Krikorian, good afternoon.
Now, we have all received your letter. Thank you very much for preparing that in advance, but I would like to give you an opportunity to go ahead and make some opening comments if you'd like.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to Mayor Garcetti for the 17-18 proposed budget, which adds $23.8 million to our existing budget to continue moving the LAFD towards accomplishing our strategic plan goals. I'm especially appreciative of the Budget and Finance Committee members' support of the collaborative efforts of the LAFD, UFLAC, and the COA in restoring 4 engine companies and increasing the safety of our firefighters and paramedics since my appointment in 2014. I'd like to highlight 4 significant accomplishments from this fiscal year, then cover our funding requests for next fiscal year. We have graduated a total of 182 recruits and have promoted 248 members to various sworn ranks. This influx of personnel has allowed us to get ahead of the record number of retirements that we have experienced. Through FireStat, we have implemented a new response time metric, which is available for the public to see at lafd.org. This new metric allows us to measure response time specific to structure fires and critical EMS incidents. This effort is an example of our continual focus on response time performance. Our tiered dispatching system has enabled our dispatchers to reduce our call processing time and significantly improve the rate of recognition of cardiac arrest, as well as the provision of dispatcher-assisted CPR. The Banning and Wilson High School firefighter magnet programs have been activated this fiscal year, and Dorsey and Monroe will be activated next fiscal year. This program will allow us to cultivate future LAFD firefighters from the city that we protect. And lastly, we've created private sector partnerships this fiscal year to expand our nurse practitioner response unit by 5 additional units at a reduced cost to the city for next fiscal year. We have renamed the nurse practitioner response unit to the advanced provider response unit to reflect that now we can, in addition to a nurse practitioner, we can also use a physician assistant to be paired with our firefighter paramedic. On a pilot program basis, Cedars-Sinai, Kaiser, and California hospitals have agreed to fund the advanced provider, while we will fund the paramedic and the ambulance. Furthermore, LAWA has agreed to partner in a pilot that will place an APRU at LAX. These units are in addition to the APRU dedicated to serving the Skid Row area of our community that is funded through the Mayor's Innovation Fund. Our goal is to have these units operational by the end of this year so we can better serve our patients and more effectively use our paramedics for true life-threatening 911 calls. On behalf of the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, I want to thank this committee for the restoration and the innovation occurring in our department. Now I'd like to provide information regarding the 8 critical funding needs for next fiscal year as described in the sheet that we have passed out to you. All 8 items submitted by the department are strongly supported by UFLAC and the Chief Officers Association, as you've heard previously from President Gamboa during public comment. Just last Friday, we learned from the state that we would be receiving additional IGT revenue of $6 million. Therefore, we are requesting an additional 2 budget items and requested our number 1 priority item to be funded through these funds. Our budget asks total $2.48 million. I'd like to briefly explain the IGT program. IGT stands for Intergovernmental Transfer Program and provides the LAFD monies to compensate for the differential between the Medi-Cal standard payment of $116 versus the $1,500, which is the approximate cost of a transport. This additional $6 million is due to the state processing 2 fiscal years' worth of transports. These monies must be used to pay for LAFD costs associated with health care. We anticipate receiving payment in early 2018. Now getting to our budget requests. Priority number 1 is to restore 2 engine companies at a cost of $1,067,000. We are currently approved in the proposed budget for front funding in the UB account. Restoration of these engines will improve response times to the districts that they serve. Locations will be used or be determined using fire stat metrics. Approval of this request will result in the restoration of 6 of the 19 closed fire companies in fiscal year 10-11. It is requested that IGT funding be considered for this request. Priority number 2 is to restore emergency incident technicians at a cost of $230,000. We request 3 months funding for 6 firefighter EITs for battalions 14 and 9. EITs are responsible for assisting a chief officer with firefighter accountability, situation status, resource status, and emergency safety procedures, also known as Mayday procedures, at every emergency incident. I am especially concerned about this position because of the youth we have in all our new hires and the youth we have in all the ranks. The potential for a bad outcome at an emergency incident is significant. And having been an incident commander in the field for 14 years, there is a huge difference when you have a battalion command team intact versus a single chief officer by themselves. Approval of this request will result in the restoration of 4 of the 9 battalion officers who lost EITs in fiscal year 10-11. General fund funding is requested. Priority number 3 is the diesel exhaust capturing system. We request that $250,000 be added to the budgeted amount of $100,000. We know that the exposure to diesel exhaust fumes is a hazard to our firefighters and paramedics. Approval of this request will allow us to continue with year 2 of our 5-year plan to upgrade all diesel emission capture systems. General fund support is requested for this item. Priority number 4 is a fire psychologist. For this, we are not asking for funding, we are asking for the authority only. Increased firefighter suicides and the identification of post-traumatic stress disorder is a problem. They are critical issues in the fire service. As a fire chief, I have attended 3 funerals of active duty members. 2 of those were for suicides. During that same time period, the LA County Fire Department experienced 3 suicides. Approval of this request will increase our capacity to provide behavioral health services to our 3,200 sworn members. Priority number 5 is a position control officer for the return to work unit at a cost of $112,000. We're requesting 9 months funding for a Captain 1. The cost to backfill for an IOD firefighter is $1,440 per shift. A reduction in the number of shifts we need to backfill due to efficiencies created by this position will more than pay for this request and potentially save much more. General fund support is requested for this position. Priority number 6 is plan check staffing at a cost of $321,000 to fund 3 Inspector 2s for development services. Approval of this request will enable the department to keep pace with the construction industry. As you can see by all the cranes downtown, construction is booming. Many developers have approached me about funding this request, and through the fees that they pay, this is a fee-supported request. Priority number 7 is expansion of the basic life support variably staffed ambulance program. Approval of this request will allow the department to add 5 additional variably staffed RAs so as to reduce response times. IGT funding is requested for this item. Previously, I heard a lady in public comment mention her concern about an 800 ambulance at Fire Station 91. That resource is included within this budget request. Also, she brought up the funding of the fast response vehicle. That will continue in this proposed budget. And lastly, priority number 8 is expansion of our advanced provider response units at a cost of $917,000. This will fund 5 Firefighter 3 paramedics assigned to the APRUs with advanced providers funded by Cedars, Kaiser, and California hospitals, as well as the pilot program proposed for LAX. IGT funding for this request is recommended. This concludes my overview of the request, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chief. Mr. Bonin, can you start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for the great work the department's been doing. Been very happy to see Engine Company 69 in service over the past year. We're coming up on a year. It's been a great benefit. Thank you for everything else. I just wanted to ask for some report backs so we can sort of move forward on some of your funding requests. One report back I'll ask for, which I think covers 3 of them, is I'd like the department and the CAO to report back with the amount of intergovernmental transport revenue available to support the supplemental budget requests, and to provide a detailed outline of the proposed new resources and position authorities required. Also ask in that report to provide a status on the LAWA reimbursements of the donation of the 2 proposed advanced provider response units. And that would cover the 3 you indicated as intergovernmental transfer requests. I'd also like to ask for a report back from CAO on the potential of providing the position authority and no funding as the department requested for the fire psychologist. That seems like an easy one since it's position authority and you're asking to absorb the costs. You also mentioned the position control officer for the return to work unit. You indicated that has a cost of $112,000. I'm anticipating, or what I'd like a report back on from the department and CAO, is whether or not that cost is more than offset by the reduced overtime costs, because you get folks back to work sooner and you don't have to cover for them. So that would be another report back. Then ask if the CAO can report on with the department on the plan check staffing, given that that's fee supported. I'm wondering if we don't, if that cost isn't recovered and therefore it's not an additional bottom line addition to the budget. And if you could also report back on the EITs. I don't have a recommended funding source for that one, so that would obviously have a budget impact, general fund, but the potential of finding a way to fund those 3-month funding position authorities for the 6 EITs for Battalion 14 and 19.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just as a clarification, maybe we can cut out one report. The plan check staffing, we're clear that that is fully fee supported, right? I don't think we need to report back on that. It is no cost to the general fund, fully fee supported. Correct? Does anybody have a contrary view to that?
The way that Janice, to you, CAO, the way that the fees work is the fees would be built into the 17-18 fee report is going to the Public Safety Committee soon, and that does not include this proposed cost. So those would be built into the 18-19 fees. So the revenue wouldn't come in during 17-18 at this point.
Okay. So would it be would the cost in this fiscal year then be reimbursed? How would that work? Or would it just be an outlay this year, a general fund outlay this year, and then in future years as the position is maintained, it would be fee supported?
Correct.
The latter?
The latter.
Okay, well then I think, then I guess we do need to report on that, because at least for this fiscal year, there needs to be some funding support for that. Am I right about that? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes? Okay. So, sorry I raised the issue, Mr. Bonin. You were right in the first place. Mr. Blumen, yes, Mr. Blumenfield.
Oh, okay. Well, first off, I appreciate the report, and it's obviously very good news with the IGT fund, and the additional money at the end of the day, even if we were to grant all of these general fund requests, would result in a net positive to the general fund, potentially assuming that the transfer money goes to salary savings, of which is offset by salary that we no longer have to fund directly out of the general fund. So I'm excited about that and trying to move forward with a lot of these things. Like Mr. Bonnet, I would imagine that if we can score the savings based on that report, then that doesn't even have to necessarily be an additional general fund budgetary cost. Am I wrong about that? Maybe a CAO question, but
I think we're unclear as to what you're referring to as a savings.
Well, what was stated and what hopefully the report back will show is that the cost of the savings that will result in the position control officer, to quote the chief, would more than offset the salary of that position. And if we can assert that, and that can become a budget assumption, then that is a savings that would.
Well, the savings would theoretically come from the overtime account in the department. I think that's the logic, is that if you're able to bring people back into work sooner, then you don't have to fill those positions, those positions with overtime. In which case, there is a savings, but in order for you to capture that savings, you would have to reduce their overtime account, and I don't think that's necessarily what the department would want. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it depends. I guess maybe I'll put that out as a question, because if it truly is a cost recovery, and if we're going to recover more than that in those savings, then it could be something that we would do.
Let me respond to that. That is our assumption. Every shift that we have to backfill for is $1,440 for a firefighter. LAPD has a similar position. We believe by creating this one position and having metrics for it, it will more than pay for itself through the course of a fiscal year. So Ben is correct that we would accrue savings in the overtime account, which should pay for this new position.
And if that were what was in the report, then we could score those savings. Is that not correct?
Well, the way you could score it is by taking the overtime funds and putting them into the salary account to fund this position. Otherwise, it would be just something that the department during the course of the year would just absorb, and then
So that is an option.
That is an option.
To put those in. And then as far as the other, every dollar that the way I'm looking at this is potentially if we were to fund everything on this page, forgetting the question about scoring the 112, that would be about a $2.6 million benefit to the general fund. Is that not correct?
Hit to the general fund?
No, increase to the general fund.
Oh, you mean with the IGT?
With the IGT.
Okay.
So there's $6 million in IGT. There's 2.4 which are being asked to spend directly out of the IGT. There's another that leaves 3.5. Then if we were to put that in salary savings, then that's potentially, and then spend the $914,000 on that. That's a $2.5 million, $2.6 million general fund increase.
If I could comment on that, you're correct, Councilman. These new revenues total, we're anticipating $6 million. The total ask that we come to the table before you today comes to about 3.3. So there is a net gain. The only condition is that this IGT money has to be used to provide costs for the LAFD and the provision of healthcare costs, which happens in our salary account.
Right, of which, again, we could score, as a salary account, we can score that as a savings.
Correct.
By moving that around. So that's a net positive. So again, this is very good news, and these are also important functions that we could, that I think we do want to support.
Councilmember, just one sort of clarification. These IGT funds are flexible. They have to go to healthcare side of the budget, which the fire department has a very large healthcare side of the budget on an ongoing basis. So they can be used for existing healthcare costs. In addition, they are year to year. One of the reasons there would be potentially 2 payments in 1 year, which may actually mean we don't get one the following year. And they are year-to-year payments at this point with healthcare reform, with what happens in the state, for ongoing engine companies. We certainly believe the department needs more resources, but these are ongoing costs with money that is, in fact, not guaranteed to be ongoing.
Ms. So?
Yeah. Just one additional comment with regard to this. So, yes, you're correct that there would be some savings this year, but recall that these positions that are being requested are only partially funded. So what happens is you're creating the obligation in 18-19 to fund the additional costs of these positions, which would probably be about triple, if not quadruple, the amount that's being requested here. So that's one issue. And then as the CAO indicated, that also means that next year's payment of the IGT we would not be getting because we're getting 2 payments in 17-18. So you've now created a larger gap because at 5.8, you can almost view it as almost a one-time receipt. These are ongoing costs.
Why is it a one-time receipt?
Because you're capturing the 5.8 that is coming in, that should have been coming in 18-19. So in 18-19, you are not going to be getting an IGT amount.
If I could provide a little information. This current fiscal year, we're operating with funds that we provided the service in 14-15. So the state is now going to catch up in fiscal year 15-16 and 16-17. So we are still going to get an amount in 17-18. So there's not going to be the gap. They're just catching up.
So if the federal policy continues, we would then expect a payment like this each and every year.
Correct.
But to catch up for 2 years earlier.
Correct.
But recall, we would be getting $12 million in 17-18 because you're capturing 2 payments. In 18-19, you're going to be getting $6 million. So
it will be a one-time bump.
It's a one-time bump.
So if you spend all the one-time bump, when we go back to assuming we continue the grant at the essentially base level of 6, you don't want to spend more than your 6.
I mean, maybe we all want to move forward with our eyes wide open. So maybe that can be the report back in terms of the general fund implications of making these, supporting these actions, which are all important, and how that impacts us both this year and in out years I think would be useful for all of us to figure out the best way to move forward.
Chief, you said that the IGT money would be coming in early 2018. And in the past, when we've banked on money coming in from other governmental entities that we thought was just around the corner, sometimes it's been delayed by not months, but several fiscal years even. And so I'm a little concerned that only gives us a few months margin of error there if there's any delay where that money comes in the following year and we're left with a deficit for this year. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, sir. That's true. It's coming in early 2018. We're requesting partially refunding for the engines and the EITs, so our expenses will be delayed for several months and should give us enough gap in time to ensure we receive those monies to pay for those expenses.
Okay. And on the diesel exhaust capturing system, I'll admit I'm not sure exactly what that looks like. Is that a capital investment in the stations, or is it equipment?
It's equipment. It connects to the walls, and then when the apparatus returns from a run or goes out on a run, it's a hose that's connected to the tailpipe. So it captures all the emissions, and it prevents the emissions from going into the living quarters of the fire station.
Where I'm going with this, is it the sort of thing that would be appropriate for MICLA expenditure as opposed to general fund expenditure? Have we looked at that?
No, we have not looked at that. We can take a look. Like yourself, we're not as familiar with the systems as the fire chief is, and we would just have to take a look at the equipment, the type of equipment, and the lifespan of that equipment. But we could do that through a budget memo.
Okay. Okay, very good. Mr. Englander. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Englander. I've been jumping around, and I apologize. I even jumped the line. So sorry, Ms. Martinez.
Okay. I'm always here to remind you.
Thank you.
I just had one question. What's the status of hiring our senior project coordinator for our youth programs?
We have good news on that front. We're prepared to make a job offer, and we anticipate doing that within the next 2 weeks. We're currently working with the mayor's office to accomplish that.
Yeah, I introduced a motion back in November, and so since we didn't reach that goal, I would actually like to figure out what the feasibility is to create an exempt position, civilian position, for the department. And so I don't know if that's in the form of a report back, but that's where I would like to go in terms of this position. We have a number of youth programs that we currently have within the department, and I don't believe that there's a real coordinated pipeline into the department when these young people graduate from high school or college. So I would like to move in that direction. Do I need a report back, sir, or do
in the proposed budget there is a senior project coordinator authority for the
an exempt civilian position?
All of the senior project coordinator positions are exempt.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you very much. I think some of the things I was going to ask has been answered, so I appreciate my colleagues. One friendly amendment to Councilmember Bonin's question on the request on 5 for the report back from the Department of the CAO for the Position Control Officer to Return to Work unit is included on the department side, not the CAO side, is to develop, if we end up funding that and or even not funding that, let's do it anyway, a metric, and to come back and report back on a regular basis on how we're doing with return to work, and report back on a regular basis to the Public Safety Committee on that. So let's go ahead and add that item as well. Had a question on the CAD enhancements and the rollout plan, and what are the next steps on that?
Yes, sir. Phase 1 is funded already. Phase 1 is going to include CAD AVL integration, as well as updating our CAD and GIS mapping. We anticipate being operational in September of this year. Phase 2 will take up after that is completed. We're looking at other departments who have implemented AVL and taken those lessons and incorporating in our future plans. More specifically, we've looked at the FDNY when they did this. So our phase 2 is comprised of 3 sub-elements. The total cost is $1.7 million. The first sub-project in phase 2 is to continue to refine our CAD AVL system. Things like making sure that our GIS is more accurate, making sure that the software is up to date. Those are problems that the FDNY encountered after they rolled out AVL. Second project is CAD infrastructure updates. That cost is $650,000. The last time we've added these components in our CAD was 2010, so that's 7 years ago, and it was not designed for long-term support of AVL. So we want to take a hard look at that to ensure that it's sustainable. Then the last project in phase 2 is the CAD continuity of operations. And that is to equip our backup center, which is OCD, located under City Hall East, as well as to look into remote locations of plugging into our CAD. That's to provide us some resiliency in the event of an earthquake or any other significant incident which would make our primary dispatch center not operable. So that's the future of AVL.
So all in, thank you for that. So all in with implementation of the full CAD, what are we looking at financially? What's our price tag?
Right now it's $1.7 million.
1.7 million? Okay. Okay, with that, I'd like to ask for a report back to add that to well, we'll figure that out from the CAO, but possibly the UB in the interim of waiting for the IGT to fund the entire CAD. That's one-time money and get it done. Also, it would be a remarkable savings in time for response time. The fact that we don't have automatic vehicle locator systems in place now is a shame, and so we really should look at those kinds of funding mechanisms for those kinds of programs. Not to compete with anything else you've asked for, but we'll consider all those items. But it's one-time funding, so I'd like to ask for the report back on that. I would also like to ask if the OVB HQ is funded this year, and if not, where are we at, and how can we get it done here and now?
Thank you for asking that, sir. The OVB is, it goes in alignment with our 4-bureau concept, and we've made it work, but in the Valley, we're not at optimal efficiency because our assistant chiefs on platoon duty are housed separately from the Bureau Command Office, which is different than our central bureau. So what we'd like, we request is that we identify funding to support this effort.
How much do we need?
We need $1.1 million.
You got it. I'll loan it to you. So if we could
public
have
service has been very good to you.
Yes, it has. The fact that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Valley Council members, and we don't have an office for our Valley Bureau in the Valley is insanity. So I'd like it to the CAO to look at that and funding that, and if we can't fund it, I have a feeling we will this year. If we can't, then yes, I will figure out a way to loan that kind of money or find that kind of money to get it done right away. So I'd like that prioritized.
And on that point too, Mr. Englander, it needn't necessarily be only a general fund expenditure.
That's
Again,
right.
This is a great opportunity for the use of, our CIAP or
That's right.
MICLA or any number of other sources.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it's important.
It is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's why I was suggesting the loan. If we can't figure it out, I'll back it up with a loan from one of our amenities accounts or something else in the interim, but I want to get it done. And one other thing I'd like to add is put this unfunded in the UB as well as an advanced provider response unit, an NPR, nurse practitioner unit for the Valley. I too will find the funds as we have with other outside partners but I want to make sure it is fully staffed and ready to go. So I want to launch that this next fiscal year and have at least one in the Valley. I've already been and have identified partners outside the city willing to do similar things that we've done in some of the other units. So I'd like to put that in the budget as well, and that'll be a request to report back with no funds. But I want the department to get ready to start launching that as well.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If I might just suggest a friendly
Yeah,
addition
absolutely.
to that, given the fact that this will be a programmatic addition that would have ongoing expense, I think, as helpful as it is to find partnership for it, it would be important also to find a funding source for it, since it would become an ongoing expense.
My
if we
suggestion
didn't
is
do otherwise.
the partner would have an ongoing resource to cover it as well. So it wouldn't necessarily be a one-time gift, other than it would be an actual partnership. So we'll make sure we identify it that way as well.
Just so that we're not spending ongoing expenditures with one-time,
right,
benevolent,
not talking about
and
one
certainly
time, right.
welcome
Yep.
money, but
Absolutely. Okay. All right, I think everything else has already been covered, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for those points, Mr. Englander. One point I forgot to mention, since we're speaking about facilities. Ms. Jobe asked again about the Sylmar, the old Sylmar fire station, and the perceived need to have an additional facility there. I'd like you to address that, and that also leads me to kind of the broader question, which is, for as long as I've been on this committee, we've talked about full restoration of fire service, how to prioritize that, how to stage it, which priorities to fill first in service restoration. And for many years, the response to that has been that it's always contingent on the completion of a standards of cover analysis, so that we can use analytics to prioritize how those services are restored. So I'd like you to speak first to the Sylmar Fire Station, but then more broadly, when can we expect to get the standards of cover analysis done, so that we can move forward with a thoughtful restoration of fire service that the council has been pleading for at least 6 years that I can think of?
Yes, sir. Fire Station 91, that has been an ongoing issue. It is a very large geographical district. It was built when it was mostly agricultural, and we haven't kept pace. Our short-term fix has been for the fast response vehicle to cover that territory, and that's been a success, but it's limited because it's 40 hours a week. Priority number 7, the expansion of our V-Staff ambulance program, will assist with that, because the plan is to put one at Fire Station 91. Now, the construction of a new fire station, we're thinking down the road, and we've been thinking this for a decade, that we need to break up that district and create another fire station district. And to accomplish that is a fire station bond. I have had discussions with Gary Lee Moore, and we're developing a bond proposal which will include a new fire station. We're calling it 31. That was the original plan way back when it was planned to be constructed. So at the appropriate time, I will bring that forward. Now, in terms of the standards of cover report, I agree with you. That is the best methodology to determine how to locate and what type of resources should be utilized. That is a partnership with labor and management. I do want to see that in the future. I assure you right now we're basing it on the assessment of risk, response times, and call load. But at the end of the day, I think we need something more in depth. We need to have a private consultant do a thorough study of the entire city and look at our current infrastructure and our staffing and our types of resources, and to have them bring forward an objective opinion as to their recommendations for deployment. I'm working with our labor partners to reach consensus on that item, and it's my goal to bring that forward next fiscal year to start that process.
Great, and I do appreciate that you've been very diligent about that, Chief. I think all of us on the council share a common frustration that there's probably been at least 10 motions calling for specific restoration plans. The 3-year plan, the 10-year plan, the 5-year plan. Everybody has a different plan, and all of us want to get to the same place, and yet we haven't been able to get to the first tool necessary to get us there. And it's really been years, and I'm trying to be as patient as I can with it, but we can only ask so many times. At some point, we have to just insist that it gets done. So
I understand, sir.
Mr. Englander.
I did have one other question. What have we done to increase funding this year for the anticipated brush fires? I think everybody's suggesting it's going to be far worse than ever because of the rains that we got this last year. The brush is overgrown everywhere, and we're certainly anticipating these winds aren't going to help. But what are we doing to
Sir, I share your concern.
Financially, what are we doing to prepare ourselves?
Thanks to the support of this council and the mayor, we do have the ability to staff up when we have red flag days, and that will continue. We are being very judicious, but when the temperature and the wind and humidity are in alignment, we staff up. And thanks to your support, we've never lost that ability. But we're being very careful with the analytics so we don't overstaff when it's not necessary. The recent rains, most people think that that would cause us to have less of a concern for potential brush fires. But in fact, opposite is the truth. As you notice looking in the hillsides, the typical annual grasses are usually below your knee level. I can speak from experience that last weekend, where I live in the city in San Pedro, that it was 3 feet above my head. What that does is provide fine fuels that will dry out much faster in a period of 2 to 3 days, and therefore they act as accelerants to the heavier dead fuels that have been added on every year that we were in drought. So we are very, very concerned. We have implemented our annual training for all our people. We will be putting out our brush bulletin next week. And like I said previously, we retain the ability, thanks to your support, to staff up when necessary. My previous ask for the EITs was by design. We've asked for Battalion 9, which is in Pacific Palisades, and Battalion 14, which is North Hollywood and covers the backside of the Hollywood Hills. We are very, very concerned about the potential for a major brush fire under the wrong conditions.
All right, members, anything else? Mr. Blumenfield?
One more question, maybe it's a little bit of a softball, but we talked about the cost savings with the control office, and I want to talk briefly about the cost savings with the fire psychologist and why that's needed, because I do think we've talked about it. It is a very important position, and it's important to realize, even though there is one at UFLAG, how the different positions work together, and whether you think this is going to save us money or actually be a cost to the system.
Thank you for that question, sir. That's true. UFLAG has funded a fire psychologist, and our fire psychologist will work in concert with that person. This is a true example of partnership. It's not management labor, it's somebody's life. You know, we firefighters and paramedics see traumatic events every day, sometimes multiple times a day. People who are killed in traffic accidents, people who are burned in fires, people who are abused, children and elderly. And traditionally, we've decompressed at the kitchen table by supporting each other. But it's reached epidemic proportions, and we need professional help to help our people. There's a stigma attached to being diagnosed with PTSD, so our people are hesitant to come forward to say that they're experiencing those problems. I think in time that will change, and I believe that this fire psychologist position, which will be a second one for us, will help in serving our 3,200 people. And because they're maintaining better behavioral health, there is a better potential that we will not have work days lost because those people went off duty. We want to support their mental health so they'll keep working.
Thank you.
All right, members, anything else? Terrific. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate
Thank
your
you,
time.
sir.
Thanks
Thank you for all your support. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thank you. All right, members, we're doing great. We're 45 minutes ahead of schedule, it looks like. So so kudos to all. That brings up the library department. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? I just wanted to say a few remarks. I'm Chris Morita, the Assistant General Manager for the Library Department. First, we want to thank the Library Commission, Mayor Garcetti, and the City Council for their strong support of the library this year and every year. We have met all the obligations of Measure L, the library's funding measure that was passed in 2011, and all library hours and services have been restored, and we pay 100% of the related costs. So for 2017-18, 41% of our operating budget is dedicated to related costs. Thus, we are reimbursing the general fund $69.4 million out of our $172 million budget. So the proposed 2017-18 library budget enables us to implement new initiatives and programs that help enhance the lives of Angelenos, and I just wanted to mention a few of those things. The new budget funds the new Success Library Card program. Every student in the LA Unified School District can use this special card that provides universal access to hundreds of resources available on the library's website. And with our New Americans initiative, we will be establishing 6 centers called New American Centers, 1 to be located at the Central Library, 5 others to be located at 5 branch libraries around the city that will provide specialized assistance to help people become American citizens. This is in addition to the resources provided by our citizenship corners located in each of our 73 libraries. To date, we have helped more than 36,000 people to become U.S. citizens. The library offers through our website, www.lapl.org, the Career Online High School program that enables adults to get their high school diploma for free. And this summer, we're continuing our summer lunch program for children in low-income communities. Last year, we fed 12,000 youths, and we hope to feed a lot more this year. And at the library, our mission is to serve everyone, including Angelenos experiencing homelessness. We offer a safe haven for homeless youths, and the Directory of Services for Homeless Youth in LA was created by the library and the Every Child Foundation. We're especially proud of our award-winning program, The Source, that assists homeless patrons at the Central Library, Exposition Park Regional Library, and our Will and Ariel Durant Library in West Hollywood. The Source is made up of government and nonprofit agencies that come together once a month to provide a one-stop shop of free services to people experiencing homelessness. For example, we have LASA, Goodwill, DPSS, the LA County Mental Health Department, DMV, Pathways, and other organizations that are on site at the library offering free services to those experiencing homelessness. We also have Veterans Resource Centers at 4 of our libraries, the Central Library, Exposition Park, Mid-Valley Regional, and the Van Nuys libraries. We have their trained volunteers to assist veterans and their families on how to connect to resources related to health, education, employment, housing, and other entitled benefits. The new budget will fund our new mobile library outreach program, which we will bring essential library services and resources on the road to organizations, parks, and schools throughout the city. We're going to be ordering 3 vehicles to transport staff to present story times, puppet shows, and parent workshops at daycare centers and family shelters. And we'll also be bringing information on the naturalization process and provide literacy services at community centers. And we're going to engage kids and teens with science activities at the parks and after-school centers and much more. Our Health Matters program continues to provide direct services at our branch libraries. In addition to flu shots and hypertension screenings, for example, we use the Vision to Learn and the UCLA Mobile Eye Clinic to provide free eye exams and eyeglasses to low-income children and their families. Our partner agencies also continue to hold workshops at the libraries for families to come to the library and sign up for Medi-Cal and CalFresh. We also have workshops to increase people's financial literacy, how to buy credit, get out of debt, how to buy a new home. This Sunday at the Central Library, the public has an opportunity to get free advice from financial counselors free of charge. And in our new budget, we're continuing to upgrade our IT infrastructure to ensure the routers and servers are capable of taking advantage of 100 gigabyte broadband connection. The Los Angeles Public Library is the first public library system in the world to offer 100 gigabyte bandwidth, enabling patrons to engage, create, invent, and learn. This infrastructure improvement will help reduce the digital divide by providing this access to everyone. The budget also funds some various sustainability initiatives. We're working with the Bureau of Engineering to design drought-resistant landscape at 20 branches. We're creating 8 new urban gardens, and at the Central Library, we're in phase 2 of our lighting program, which will install motion sensors in the entire building. The mayor has a goal of 20% reduction in water, and in 2016, the library achieved a 29% reduction in water use. And then lastly, our new budget increases our security funding by almost $500,000. Since 2013-14, we have increased the proposed expenditure for LAPD security from $1.1 million to $5.4 million, thus a 377% increase. We've increased the number of security officers by 65% in 5 years to 50 positions. The new budget will also fund 26 contract security guards. 5 years ago, we only 9 of our branches had security cameras. By the end of June 2018, all 72 branches will have security camera installations. I wanted to respond to the coalition during public comment. She said we weren't participating in the local targeted hiring program. We just hired 40 administrative clerks, and we have filled 318 out of the 322 administrative clerk positions. So in the next 2 months, we hope to start the process in using the local job targeted hiring program and to hire 10 administrative clerks. So just one more minute to take a brief moment to thank our 1,100 library employees.
Please.
For their dedication and providing excellent customer service to the public. So I have my executive staff here, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield, can you start us off?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, and appreciate all the great work that you do. First, a very narrow question. The 100 gigs that you guys are doing in the library is great. Does that turn off when the library closes, or do you keep that on for folks who might be in a parking lot? Or
we turn it off after the library closes.
Is there a reason? Is it a cost issue, or what? Why?
I think it was at the suggestion of LAPD.
Because I'd like to look into. It's amazing that you have that of figuring out a way to expand that and to broadcast it as a hotspot. Right. Ultimately, we want to make the whole city having free access. But here we have all these libraries, and I understand we don't want to. Create a gathering place to some extent, but I also think it's, you hear heart-wrenching stories of kids going to the library after hours to use the internet and sitting in the parking lot with their family or something to that effect. And
so we'd be happy to continue the discussion.
Yeah, so I'd like to continue that, but that's not so much a budget issue at the moment because it's a more policy question. The budget includes $1.2 million to carry out the library marketing plan. What exactly does that entail?
I guess unfortunately my PR person isn't here. What we're doing is hiring additional staff to implement and communicate and promote all of our programs and to implement our marketing plan that our commission was very much in favor of having us implement. So that's what a lot of the funds are going to help us implement the marketing plan, buy some campaigns, hire additional staff, fund a lot more collateral and promotional materials.
Okay. And then it also includes money for low vision patrons to fund the ADA access. Is that specific just about low vision, or is that part of a larger ADA plan?
Susan, do you want to talk about that? This is Susan Broman, our Director of Emerging Technology.
Hi, good afternoon. The budget request is specifically for computers that will support software aimed at low vision patrons. It is part of a larger plan to take a look at what we have to offer to help accommodate all of our patrons. So, but like I said, the specific budget request is for the computers to accommodate that.
Okay, but it's good to know that it's actually part of a bigger strategy as far as that goes. I have another question, but it may be more for the CAO, and it's you know, I noticed in the library there's additional general fund reimbursements for the retirement, for Medicare, for employee assistance, for civilian flex programs, for a lot of different things. Curious how the library general fund reimbursement for the employee and related costs compare to other departments that also are not as, you know, where their operations are not general funded. So, I mean, even the next two, Rec and Parks and the zoo, have similar arrangements in some ways. They don't have their own Measure L. That's a very unique situation. But sometimes I can't figure out why we get reimbursed for certain employee coverages in some cases and not in others. So maybe it's sort of a question for the CAO, and either to be answered now or maybe in a report back, but to better understand how that relates in the different departments that have independent sources of funding, but are not obviously wholly independent of the general fund.
Sure, I'll try to take a stab at that now. With regard to the library, as was mentioned, that there's a specific provisions in the measure that was approved, where the library once they received the restoration of the services, part of that measure also indicated that they would have to pay back the full related cost for their services. So it's part of the measure that they have to provide the full related costs back to the city for you know, those fringe benefits and everything else that is included in those related cost numbers. That isn't the case with Recreation and Parks, and with the zoo. Historically, with the zoo, and we could discuss that once, you know, the zoo is up. The general fund used to provide a direct subsidy to the department to run its operations. And over the course of the years, with enhanced revenues that the zoo has generated, the general fund is no longer providing that subsidy, no longer providing direct appropriation to the zoo. It still is, though, continues to subsidize the related cost for the zoo. So the zoo is able to generate enough revenues to cover its kind of day-to-day operations, but not enough to cover any of the related costs.
So maybe as a report back, it would be interesting to see as a percentage how our departments, you know, line up with that. With the library obviously being the most full cost recovery, and then maybe zoos next, I don't know, and Rec and Parks, and then most departments are fully general funded, even for the unrelated costs. But that would be something I'd be interested in seeing of how that rolls out as percentages.
Is that something that you're looking for as a budget impact memo, or something that we
maybe it could be a special memo rather than a budget impact, because I don't know that it's going to change anything in our asks right now. But in terms of understanding how we come to these decisions, I think it's helpful for the budget committee. I would defer to the chair on that question, whether which side of the coin it goes on. But I don't know. It necessarily has to be a budget impact. But
let's keep it as budget impact for the moment, just so it's sort of top of mind, and we can figure that out as we go later next week.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez.
Which library sites would the new American Initiative be rolled out at? Do you know?
Eva Mitnick, our head of our Engage and Learning Division.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Eva Mitnick is the director of our Engagement and Learning Division.
Okay. Yes, we received BIA recognition about a year or two ago to have these services at Central Library, Pacoima Branch, Piopika Koreatown, Benjamin Franklin, Junipero Serra, and also Wilmington.
Okay, but there's no additional money to expand the initiative at other branches?
We absolutely plan to expand. Okay. We have to go through the application process, which is now with the DOJ.
Okay, and so have you rolled it out yet to these sites, or did you just selected the sites as of now?
We've selected them and begun the ordering process,
Okay.
so they should roll out in the next fiscal year, and some of them actually in this fiscal year.
It's also my understanding that LAPD has finally signed off on the new security contract to help with some of the security issues at the library facilities. What's your sense of how the branch might be able to either access these services or utilize them to augment some of your security services that you currently have? The reason I ask, because security continues to come up in a lot of my library branches. I understand that there's a lot that the communities have to endure in terms of some of our largest homeless encampments, but there's been situations where they're blocking the entryway in the morning, and so it makes it very difficult for families and even employees who want to walk through the front door into the library, because you have these very large encampments. And we've had situations where we've had to call LAPD, and it takes a while. So I just want to find out how you're coordinating that additional security contract with LAPD.
So we're thrilled that the security contracts have all been signed, and so we are working with our first security contractor, which provided security officers.
So you have your private security
We've
contract.
hired the security contractors with LAPD's, through their contract. And so we work with LAPD, LASA, for all these homeless encampment situations.
So when does it go into effect?
I think it went into effect last week.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have security guards at Panorama Cities, Sun Valley, and Van Nuys.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Thank
the
you.
other branches.
Mr. Englander.
All right. Well, since we're talking security, thank you. And thanks for moving forward on that. I know I was the one that put in a motion on that, asking you to step up security efforts and respond to it. And you've been doing that, so I appreciate it. One of the questions on the installing the cameras at all of the central and branch libraries is who's going to be monitoring those cameras?
The staff has been monitoring the cameras.
Okay, and then are they? Does it have a DVR component to it as well?
Robert, can you take the microphone?
I think he just answered, shook his head. Yes, I heard it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Bonin.
Chairman, I wanted to follow up a little bit on the line of questioning about homelessness. Tell me, we talked about security and sort of the response to the encampments. What is the library doing? What programs or services does the library have to address homelessness? When we approved the comprehensive homelessness strategy a little over a year ago, we said there was going to be no wrong door. And one of the doors in Los Angeles that has more homeless people coming in and out of it are the doors of our libraries. Our librarians are effectively social workers, frontline of dealing with anybody who comes into the library with a problem. What is programmatically the library's response?
So I'll let Eva Mitnick, whose staff is totally involved in that, answer.
Yes. So as Councilwoman Martinez mentioned, many of our security incidents do happen because of the homeless presence. So we try to take a proactive approach to this. We partner with LASA and DMH. They go out to many of our different branches and actually work with the homeless outside the libraries as they gather before we open, and they help them directly. We've also started The Source. As Ms. Morita mentioned, The Source is a gathering of a bunch of different organizations and agencies that serve the homeless. And we started it at Central Library because we have hundreds of homeless there every day. And we wanted to actually do something to help them and not just shush them or remove them from the library. So that's every month, and we have anywhere from 40 to 80 homeless coming every month to the Source, and that's why we started it also at Exposition Park branch and also the Durant branch. And so there are 2 other branches where there's a great need, and we're looking to expanding to several other branches based on the capacity of our partners.
That happens at 3 different branches?
Yes.
And how were those branches selected?
Mostly the huge need in the community and at the branch, where there were a great many homeless folks, but also it also depended on where our partners were located.
And who are the partners?
So many. LASA and DMH are our main partners, also PATH, DPSS, DMV, many others.
And what does the city provide in terms of that, other than just a host for the location?
Well, some of those agencies are city agencies, but yeah, we host, we provide refreshments. Our staff is there helping out.
So that's 3 branches out of how many?
72 branches in Central. So Central Library and 2 branches currently.
Okay.
We're also, I want to add to my answer, we're also putting together a website, a part of our website that will be kind of a gathering place for information for the homeless, all services, hotlines, and so on. That should be up and running, we hope, this week or next, as well as pamphlets that will be able to be given out at all of our branches with services.
And the Source thing happens once a month at those 3 branches?
Yes, exactly.
What other presence is there from LASA or trained social workers? I'm trying to get a sense of, we said that the test of success of our homeless strategy was going to be whether or not there was no wrong door. So to me, I understood that to mean if someone who was homeless came to one of our libraries, we were going to be building out over a period of years a system through which that could then be a portal for them into the continuum of care.
Yes.
That ain't happening now.
Right. Well, I'm sure you've heard of the coordinated entry system. So LASA is using that actively, not just at the Source, but at all of the branches where they are going currently. They have laptops that we have provided them, and they're actively entering people into the coordinated entry system. And
that happens at the libraries?
Yes.
LASA has about 15 libraries that they're sending their emergency response teams,
yes,
correct?
Exactly.
I'd like to get then a report back, it's not budget impact, special study, I guess, on how many people have been entered into the coordinated entry system through libraries. And obviously I'd like LASA to share in the reporting back on that, because I'd like to know how many have been housed either transitionally or permanently as a result. That's not information the library would have. And then separately from that, I don't need a report on it, but I would just like to have a conversation offline about when we can get that Source program expanded to Venice, which has a tremendously large homeless population.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. Anything else for library members? Okay. Thank you very much. And next up will be Rec and Parks. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
Thank you.
We have seen your letter, but feel free to go ahead and start us off with any introductory comments you'd like to make, and we'll get right into questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Mike Shull, General Manager, Rec and Parks. I'm joined by my left by Chief of Staff, A.P. Diaz, and a number of senior and executive staff here in the audience to help answer any questions that we would have today. I just, you mean, you have our letter, and, we can pretty much jump into questions. We understand and, need to know, we know that we need to be part of the solution to the city's budget challenges. But there's prices to be paid for that. There's expectations of us that, and expectations that we put on ourselves, not just, what's put on us by the public. But, we need more free and low-cost recreational programming. We need more maintenance staff for our restrooms. We need to increase park access. We're trying to do that through joint use. Park safety has been one of our highest priorities and continues to be. And we think we've submitted a budget that addresses, all of those things, and particularly to make the parks clean, safe, more accessible, and more equitable. And I think a lot of times we forget the equitable piece, and that means making sure that our programs are free and low cost. As I said, we're here to work with the city's budget team to figure this out. We are taking significant cuts, but I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's start with Ms. Martinez.
I don't even know where to begin. Wow. I think I need a support park sign up here for myself. But my only real request, and I think it's a broader policy discussion, members, about the increasing amount of budget that is being returned back to the general fund. How can we expect a department to lose more than 1/3 of their budget to utilities and other expenses rather than it going back to actually providing actual services? So I don't have a lot of questions for you. In fact, I don't have any. What I'm asking for is I want a request a report back on what the next 5 years of estimated general fund charges back to your department look like, because I don't know how you survive in the next 5 years if you're having to allocate this much money back to the general fund, worth of utility costs and other types of costs. So I would like to see what the next 5 years look like for your department. So I want to report back if that's
Councilmember, if I could ask for a little bit of clarification. I don't know that we could tell you what, I mean,
you know what you're paying now. You know what you're being asked to pay now.
We could tell you what the history has been since, the chargebacks really started in 2006, 2007, and, have increased since then. Approximately 38% of our budget goes to offset utilities and general fund cost. So about 62% of that goes only for maintenance and programming. That's really the money that we have to spend. But I don't know. I mean, ideally, we wouldn't have any additional, but there's no way for me
But you know what our rate increase is going to be. So you should have an estimate about what that's going to be in terms of additional charges too.
We'll work with the CAO's office as best we can to provide that.
So if I want to, get me that information as soon as you can. I don't have any other questions besides the fact that I think you do a phenomenal job. I can speak for my district. I can speak for my parks. With the amount of issues that go on in our public parks, I got to tell you, every time I walk to any of my parks, they're spotless by the time people walk onto a park at 7 o'clock in the morning in terms of how fast you get your folks out there to clean up, and they get utilized. I mean, I've got weddings taking place sometimes in my parks on a Saturday afternoon, but it's the only public place where my families can get to go for free on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon. We don't have $100 to take or more to take kids to Disneyland on a weekend. It's just not what my families can afford. So I just need to know what the next 5 years look like, and we need to have a policy discussion about how we make you whole again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to maybe build a little bit on the utilities issue and ask you to provide us with some information, because I know that, Mr. Shaw, even before you were general manager, one of your primary focuses was in environmental sustainability and reducing water and electricity uses throughout the park system. Perhaps you can talk about what efforts you've made on that end of demand reduction in the first place, and are there additional steps that might be able to be taken? Because just to be clear, from everything that we've been told, this is not the offset of the expenditure for your utility costs is not something that the city has voluntarily decided just to begin imposing upon the Recreation and Parks Department. It is pursuant to legal mandates regarding the utilization of ratepayer funds. And I think all of us are very eager to find ways to reduce that burden for you in one way or the other, for all of our departments, but you are by far disproportionately impacted because of the nature of parks.
Right.
So there's a number of ways we can address that problem. One is through pressing the envelope to the extent that we can with regard to the DWP and rates and so on. Another is in utilization and demand reduction. And so if you can include in that, I mean, you might share some thoughts right now on that, but maybe we can also develop some proposals that you might have that with one-time investments, for example, of capital investment, you might have ongoing savings on your operating budget. If we invest more in, let's say, solarization, turf reduction where appropriate, greater use of recycled water, a number of things that we could do by making initial investments that would pay dividends for many years to come in your operating funds. So I'd love to hear your proposals, because I know you have an area of expertise in this area, and I think this is one place where I know that we can act and make a difference.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. Yeah, we've made tremendous strides in our conservation efforts, dating back to the middle of probably around 2006, 2007. To give you some idea of our water consumption and where it's gone over the years, so about that time, about 2007, we were using probably in the neighborhood of 420 billion gallons of water a year. And we're right now, we started tracking it around 2014. We got down to, especially under the mandates that Mayor Garcetti is, in working with the conservation efforts under our mayor, we made even more significant strides in that we've got it down to, in 2014, we got it down to a baseline of about 200 billion gallons. We're currently at 175. Now, a lot of that has to do with the rain that we've got. We were able to turn off our irrigation systems. I mean, we just flat go out and turn it off and leave it off. And we left it off for almost 100 days this year through that rain because of the way those storms were faced. So that's one. I mean, so we've done very well in our conservation efforts. All the while, though, our water rate increase has gone up. It's as one's gone down, the other one's gone up. It used to be at a time where we paid about $9 million a year in water. I think we're right about 18 million now a year, and I believe it's going to exceed 24 million over the next couple of years. So it's going to continue to rise. We're on a 5-year plan with Water and Power because of that lawsuit to increase our rate. So we're only about halfway there to where it's actually going to reach. So that, and to Councilmember Martinez's point, I mean, we can't include that. That's definitely money that we know that's coming and we're going to have to pay. So on the water end, the best thing that we can do right now, short of getting the rain that we've got, we have to be very careful. We walk a very fine line during the summertime with keeping things alive and the restrictions of one. So we kind of plateau. And it's very difficult to save, a lot of water without flat out starting to kill things. So I would look at, recycled water. I mean, getting more recycled water, that rate is substantially cheaper than the rate that we would pay for potable water.
So just on that point, of the 175 million gallons that you're using to 200 million, what percentage of that right now is potable? What percentage is recycled?
I believe that's all. That was just potable water use. If I remember correctly, I think about a third of our total water use is recycled water. So, like, for example, 78% of our golf course irrigation is recycled water. We put a lot of focus on our golf courses for the fact of what they are. They're revenue generating, and they use, the golf courses use a lot of water. So we've made, and we've got another golf course, 2 golf courses, in fact, additional golf courses, hopefully coming online in the next couple of years with recycled water. The problem with us in recycled water is getting the infrastructure in and around the city, and that's actually not us, that's the Department of Water and Power. So we can connect to it if it's there in the street, but if it's not there, we don't have the ability to get it there. So that's
my point is, that's something that we can do something about.
Yes, definitely. It definitely would help. And then on the power side, we have seen rate increases on the power, but not nearly to the extent on the water. We have invested heavily into LED lighting. We did just open our first kind of, our first solar farm, actually, down in Council District 15. It was we got it as part of the feed-in tariff program with Department of Water and Power. We got in at the 17 cents per kilowatt. So that's going to generate about $48,000 a year for that park, in solar power that the DOEP will pay us for. But that's a small. It was more of an experimental thing for us than anything. But LEDs was where we've invested most of our efforts. On any renovation that we do at any park, we've always tried to include, as part of that, as a conservation effort, would be replacing it with LED lights. It's not just the energy savings from LED lights; it's the maintenance savings.
Right.
That probably actually far exceed the energy savings, but still, it's huge saving. And we did just do an analysis working with Bureau of Street Lighting. It was estimated that we needed about $110 million to do the entire park system to finish it with LED lighting, to give you an idea of cost. So those are the types of infrastructure things that we can do. I don't think we can conserve our way out of the water bill. I mean, and short of having everything on recycled water, which will be extraordinarily expensive, I don't think that we're going to be able to conserve our way out of the drastic increase in the cost of water.
Certainly not all the way, but that's a place where we can continue to make inroads.
Absolutely.
Of the swimming pools, how many are passively solar heated, for example? Do you have passive solar heating systems in any of our pools?
We don't.
The payback on those systems is less than 5 years, probably, with the electricity costs. So, as a suggestion, these are I would really like to get some of these recommendations developed so we can start advancing them with capital investments that will be money into your operating funds.
And we've studied that. We can give that in the report back as well.
Great. You mentioned the golf courses, and it occurred to me, because the revenues that are generated by the golf courses are special fund segregated, is the golf course fund paying the full cost of the water used to irrigate the golf courses?
Yes, it's a full enterprise fund.
Okay. Now, as for on the proposal to delete the gardener caretaker and senior gardener positions, that's very concerning to me, in part because of the risk management aspects of it. And over the years, we've had, Rec and Parks has had a fair number of personal injury liability cases, some of which have been the result of some pretty minor deferred maintenance issues that ended up costing a substantial amount of money in personal injury liability. So can you speak a little bit about what the likely impacts would be on the safety of our parks if these gardener, caretaker, and senior gardener positions were eliminated?
Certainly, the gardener caretakers. I mean, they're the heart of our maintenance, our ground maintenance staff. So they do all the light tree trimming. They're the ones in the park every day. They're the ones that mow the grass, pick up the trash, fix the broken sprinkler heads, do all those things that you know, a gardener, you would expect of a gardener, clean restrooms, things like that. You know, they are our kind of eyes, you know, they're the ones that are in the park every day doing maintenance. They clean our playgrounds. They, you know, all the sand in the playgrounds, they do that every single day. So there's certain things that they must do in a park for it to operate and open safely, you know, and it begins by they focus on playgrounds, making sure that they've sifted the sand, cleaned all that out, making sure that there's nothing hazardous in there the child's going to step on. Believe it or not, we go through every playground every day, all 400 plus playgrounds every single morning. That's the very first thing that we do. And then it follows on to a routine of other things that we do throughout so the risk and liability is definitely there. The cuts in the gardener caretaker class amount to about 10% of our total gardener caretakers, you know, positions. There would be no vacancies left in that position class if those are removed. We feel that's probably the most critical maintenance position that we have of every classification that we have. It is our most critical position.
Okay, thank you. Shifting gears a little bit, how is the operation of the Greek Theater going now, and how is that proceeding in terms of revenue generation compared to what your expectations were?
It's going very well. I'll ask AP to chime in if you'd like, and to give him a chance to say a few words. But it's gone extraordinarily well, and we thank our blessings that we did what we did because we needed that cash.
And they said it couldn't be done.
Yeah, council members, the Greek Theater has done exceedingly well this year. It's exceeded our expectations. We just finished our first season of self-operation as an open venue. Just last week, or 10 days ago, we started our second season. And we're already, I just got a report yesterday morning, we're already at full capacity of calendar bookings. This is unprecedented again, second year in a row. So it's really a source of pride for the entire city. But on the fiscal side of it, it's been a very solid economic investment because the return has proved to be just tremendous. Last year, we finished out at $5.4 million, and the historic 10-year average prior to that was approximately $1.7 million. So you can see right there the difference in the personal attention. So our
That's
department,
net revenue. That's net.
Yeah, net. So our department is very proud of that. Of that effort. We think it just reflects the overall strong ability of our workforce when we sort of partner together the same way we do with the observatory and all of our parks and facilities.
There's $340,000 indicated related to joint use with LAUSD.
Mm-hmm.
What thoughts do you have about ways that we can further develop joint use opportunities with LAUSD? It's always seemed to me there's a lot of untapped potential there.
It's incredibly important. It is where we've taken a lot of pride the last 5 years in the number of new parks we've built. We've opened 35 new parks across the city in the last 4.5 years. But it's apparent to us that it's just simply not enough. I mean, the park access gaps across the city are so incredibly high, and our goal is to get every resident within the city within a half-mile walking distance or a 10-minute walk to a piece of open space. So joint use is filling that gap. So we've through GIS have mapped all the elementary schools, and one by one we're going through and we're looking at new residents served. So it's tied to a demographic data, so we can get a report on a school very quickly. It takes seconds. On this school would add 20,000 new residents served. So we're trying to find those schools that sit in those pockets where there's no parks nearby, and we focused on elementary schools mainly because we wanted to try to keep it simple, and we wanted to start with playgrounds and young children and getting them access to a playground within walking distance of their home. So last year and it took us this long. It just actually within the last 2 weeks, we've got LA board approval on 3 school sites that will add access to nearly 40,000 new residents. We have high goals of adding access to more than 200,000 new residents. I mean, that's one way of fulfilling our park access gaps. So we're using joint use to do that. So we've estimated it's a small investment. We're kind of going bare bones on it, but we estimated about $50,000 per school to open it. We do have to staff it, but we're only staffing it and opening it during the summertime and on weekends and then during holidays. We're not going to open it after school. It's just not doesn't pencil out to do that, and the use of it isn't there. So in this budget, we put in for 10 additional schools, and ultimately our goal is to get to 25 plus schools in this program. We're calling our community school parks program, and LAUSD has been quite. We've kind of got it to a point where we think we can get to those 25 pretty quickly, but we just need the funding to support it. In this year's budget, there's the $340,000 will help support 10 additional schools.
Have you worked with them on joint procurement or other ways that you can create efficiencies on some of the common purchases and common services that you utilize?
We have. It's proven to be complicated. I mean, we did that at actually Green Meadows down in South Los Angeles, where we together vacated the street that separated their new school and Green Meadows Park, and we created a promenade. We are now opening their swimming pool as a public swimming pool this year. We worked with them to design it and put it in the right spot and do all that. And we're doing that, and we're actually going to be closing and demolishing our swimming pool in the park because they paid for having this new pool built. That pool is it's on its last legs, so the community won't go without. They'll have a brand new pool to go to, but that was a long effort to get that done, and it was during their big bond push on when they were building a lot of those new schools, and that was probably our biggest success story. And they use our sports fields as well.
Coming back to the gardener caretaker positions for a moment, Rec and Parks provides the landscaping and maintenance for the libraries and other departments, as I understand it. Is that right? We do. We do receive general fund or money from the library department to allow us to do that. So your cost is fully recovered?
Those costs are fully recovered, yes.
Okay, including the related costs, all in.
And okay. Some of that is, the library has chosen and other departments have chosen to use contractors, which a landscape contractor, which we've assisted them with doing so. It's helped us bring those park personnel back to the parks. One thing about manicured landscape, if it's stagnant and it doesn't change every day, like some of these, police stations and libraries, it just, it makes it a little easier to predict the maintenance cost on that. But it seems to be working fine, and we haven't had any issues.
Okay. And then finally, as the council has taken steps to kind of liberalize the utilization of the arts development fee so that it can encompass services as well as public art capital investments. And I'm wondering, similarly, are there suggestions that you might have for steps that we could take within the confines of state law with regard to Quimby fees that would help you in dealing with some of your operational shortfalls?
Yeah, well, I'll just say the new ordinance is going to help. That was, I think that was in mid-January that went into effect. It not only increased the fees on capital, but it also increased the radius for which they could be spent, and did allow for some administration costs to be included in that, and left that up to our discretion. So we will be special funding a few positions with Quimby to help, because it does take a few people to run it. It's a lot of money that comes in every day and it goes out every day. So it's the new ordinance is helping. I don't know on the state law perspective. Because of the way it was created, I'm happy with what we got. If we could get more, it'd be great. But I think we might be limited as to what we could do further. But anyway, it's good. What's going on with it now?
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Englander.
So before I go down the rabbit hole of the financial dark dilemma before you, so let me get this straight. You are the general manager for the department.
Correct.
I thought you only answered our office. Okay. Because you are incredibly responsive. And Can't imagine you're that responsive to all the other offices.
We try.
That's not possible. So I want to thank you and your staff and AP, and I mean, you guys, Jessie on my staff talks to you guys every day, and I don't know if she's in the room, but she's wonderful also. But not only just the report backs from her that I get and the rest of the staff, but from, more importantly, from all my constituents and how responsive you are. We certainly have had a lot of issues in our district as well. A closed park, and then other parks were closed during the gas leak, and you guys have just been spot on it. I mean, and then the programs that you continue to expand with aquatics and camps and municipal sports and your class parks, it's just phenomenal.
Thank you.
But I also want to give a shout out to the Parks Foundation. Unlike a lot of the other departments, they've raised over $18 million since 2008, which really helps. And you've got a great president of the commission in Sylvia Patsoris too. So I think, with what has been cut and the services that you provide, I look at our parks as I think Councilwoman Martinez said, it's a matter of public safety. Parks are public safety. Keeping kids and families off the street, having them and giving them an opportunity, particularly those that live in multifamily dwellings. They don't have a backyard. They don't have a place to go, so they need to go to the park. They should go to the park. It needs to be warm and inviting with programs. We shall figure out a way to restore some of these budget funds. As the chairman said, I think the efficiency programs are spot on. There's great opportunities there, certainly to invest and save some money. One of the things I wasn't sure, and we can add to that, is I don't know if our pools have energy efficient pool pumps, but we should. And if those aren't allowed, we should figure out why not, because those are one of the biggest energy consumption issues for a small investment. In fact, it's the largest rebate given by DWP just because of that reason. And I know there were some county issues with allowing those at public facilities. And so we'll want to make sure that you can report back and add those to the efficiency ideas. But also, more importantly, you've got roughly 16,000 acres of parkland, I believe, that you maintain every day. And so I'd like to ask, in that report back that we're getting on this, in terms of utility costs, particularly in water, is for the DWP, for the CAO to report back from the DWP and what we can identify as the department being a large user for a large discount. So we have discount programs for large users, and Rec and Parks doesn't have that, to my knowledge, or isn't capitalized on it completely. So I'd like to report back, and I think the chairman said it best, well, let's not just look to DWP, but let's look to DWP because we do offer those programs to other large users. So I'd like to report back on that as well. And another good point, let's add the city attorney on that as well to report back on not how we can't do it, but what we need to do to get it done. So I think that's critically important, given how important your department is. And as long as we were... I wanted to ask, do we have sub-meters at all the parks for the irrigation systems? Are we paying a sewer charge on the outside irrigation as a percentage?
We've made great efforts over many years to make sure that irrigation is on its own meter because of that very issue.
So we have that. Is that complete?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we could report back on that. I'm pretty sure
I don't need to report back, but if you could just let me know.
I'm pretty sure the majority of them are, because it is a huge expense to pay sewer service charge.
If you can have your department just look into it, you don't need to report back on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're in good shape, but absolutely.
Okay. So I think that's my big ask, is for CAO to work with the city attorney to come back and with a proposal on how we can take advantage of the large user discounts for recreation and parks. And then also want to compliment you on all your work at the Greek has been absolutely phenomenal. And not just that and running it and having a net surplus in funds, but actually putting money back into the facility and reinvesting in it. And I know you and I have talked offline about the idea of even doing more and front-loading some of those funds to invest in that. So I'd be happy to work with you on that, but I wanted to thank you for
Your entire staff has really been phenomenal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Could I add just just so that you have information, and we'll certainly report back on the pools. And I think you're referring to on those pumps as variable speed pumps, which do save a lot of energy. We have replaced many, but we'll get you the exact amount that we're deficient on. But one of the biggest sustainable things that we're starting, particularly on all of our new pools, is that we are putting automated systems in that basically talk to the internet, where we could, for example, monitor chemical levels, monitor chlorine levels, add chlorine to a tank without having to drive out there to do it. So we'll be able to do it from our smartphone. We have 5 or 6 people that maintain all 57 city swimming pools during the summer. They run and they don't take time off. They work a lot of overtime. And quite often the reason why a pool may close is because we need to adjust the levels or things in the chlorine. But we're trying to invest in that slowly. It's fairly expensive, so we've been doing it all of our new pools, but it's a very highly sustainable thing because it saves us a lot of staff time in getting out to those pools.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mike, it's customary to start with the compliments and the platitudes about how wonderful the department is and how responsive it is. All of it is true, absolutely. And one of the things we say every year is we're amazed at how much the department does with so little. And I'm actually kind of afraid with this year's budget that we're going to have a hard time saying that next year, because I think this is the department that fares worst in this year's budget. I think it's a really rough budget for you guys. And I've been grateful for a lot of the ideas and the brainstorming that I've heard, and Mr. Krikorian's suggestions and Mr. Englander's suggestions. I'm curious though, and I don't know if you remember this or maybe Rich does or Sharon so, but I remember there was a time before we did chargebacks at all. Am I? How did we start with chargebacks, and what was the reason? Because I remember when we started it, Rec and Parks was sort of punched in the jaw.
Started about 10, 11 years ago.
2006, 2007. Yeah.
It started kind of because that year, if I remember correctly, there was a very large
Can you pull the microphone
there was a very large increase in property tax. And there was an effort to try to capture because the department receives a percentage of assessed value. And so there was an effort to try to capture some of that back into the general fund because we're having some trouble in the budget. But as you recall, it was only a small amount. It started maybe about 3, 4, 5 million.
Yeah, even less. It was, 2006, 2007, it was just a couple $1 million, and now it's at, I don't know, 60 million?
And it's increased to the point where it's 100% now.
And how did we budget then for the costs of water to the department? Was it just a overall water cost on the general fund for all of the city departments?
Yes, and in fact, some of it is still existing that way. If you look in the budget, there's the water and electricity fund, which captures the costs for all of the public buildings, and I think it's currently at $40-some million. But years ago, if I remember correctly, Rec and Parks was part of it. I think library is still a part of it. General services, municipal buildings is also a part of it. It got peeled off.
So not all departments are hit with chargebacks?
No, they are not. They are absorbed as a general fund cost.
Can I add something too, Councilmember Bonneman? It's an interesting concept what you're talking about, because if you look at it, right, historically, whenever the idea of assessing this property tax to the citizens of Los Angeles was instituted, the idea was that a portion of your property tax money would specifically be set aside for parks, correct? That's the whole reason. And so it's somewhat ironic outside the room when people are looking at it from the outside in and wondering why parks aren't being funded the way they are. And I think to Ms. Martinez's point, that money is supposed to meet the park obligations and not really sort to be used for so many different things. And so it really sort of stretches the budget thin when we get away from that seminal principle. And I think that's what you were trying to sort of capture at
So
the beginning.
who makes the decision that Rec and Parks will pay for its water, but, for instance, the library won't?
The mayor and council do.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
But the library department does, excuse me, the library department does reimburse the general fund for its water use. It's part of the related costs that they are supposed to be reimbursing the general fund for.
But there is a general fund account. Some departments don't.
That's right.
Yes.
So library is different because there was a charter amendment. So library is required to pay 100% of their costs. This was a charter amendment that was approved, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years,
Yeah.
maybe now. So that one is uniquely situated. So Rec and Parks is different.
Does the police department pay for its own water?
No.
The general the general fund pays for it.
Okay.
So most departments that are general funded, the general fund pays for it. Rec and Parks, because they have a charter required percentage, that's how you're capturing the payment of water and electricity. It's because it's coming out of their charter appropriation.
For example, council member, we had this year an increase in $10.7 million in property tax revenue.
Right.
7.5 of that is going to the general fund.
Right.
And $3 million of that's going to pay water.
But the framework for how Rec and Parks gets funded was the same before we had this policy on chargebacks, right?
And if I could just add, it was before significant increases that were required to be made to the pension systems as well. Mm-hmm. Over the course of those 10 years, the increases to the pension systems have grown where, when you look at the cost of the positions, you can't just look at the salaries. You also have to consider the pension costs. And so while, most departments that are general fund, they only get funded for their salaries, as we put the budget together, we have to be mindful of the pension costs and the health and benefits that are associated with those positions too. So the general fund picks up that cost as well. And so, it's one thing to say that the Rec and Parks is they have a charter mandate amount that they have for services, but the full cost of the services includes the pensions and the health benefits as well.
But the council and the mayor could make a decision that Rec and Parks doesn't have to pay 100% of all of those costs. That is your decision. They have to get their charter appropriation. They have to get their 0.325% of assessed value. They must receive that amount. You can make the decision that this department not have to pay all of the health benefits, all of the pension costs, all of the utilities. You can make that decision on your own, and that would allow the department to retain extra funds in the department for services. So it is a policy decision for the mayor and council. It's a policy decision every year.
Because it sounds like,
yeah. Just for the public record, I think we're all talking about sort of the charter mandated funding. Your council and the mayor have always provided that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the CLA, the CAO, and your body have been very careful about that. So how you treat these other costs as a policy matter, yes, but you are in fact following the law.
right. It just sounds, as I'm hearing it described, that when the council and the city first instituted the chargeback policy against different departments, particularly Rec and Parks, it was sort of like throwing a snowball, but that snowball has become a huge avalanche over the years. And so I'm not suggesting overturning everything for this year's budget, but I think it's worth a special study that we can discuss in the coming year about whether there is merit and ability to charge less than a full amount to Rec and Parks, or to revise our chargeback policy. Because I vividly remember when it wasn't the case, and I remember every year it just being more of a burden for Rec and Parks than for everybody else. And it's having a detrimental effect on the quality of life in our city if we're not going to be able to start every day checking our playgrounds at our schools or at our parks.
And as Sharon said, that's definitely a policy decision, but the question still remains is, fine, if Rec and Parks isn't going to cover it through the chargebacks, then who is? Because the cost is still going to be there. We still have to pay the pension costs for the employees, the health benefits for those employees, the workers' comp claims, and so then it becomes, again, it's still a burden for the city as a city family. It's just a matter of if it's not going to come from the Rec and Parks, then it's going to come from somewhere. And then we have to look at other departments.
I get it, and it may make more sense. That's why I'm asking for the special study, so we can actually discuss this during the course of the year. It may make more sense to spread that pain around to various departments so that the cost isn't as horrible to our park system. Or maybe it's, even though the other departments are general funded, we have a policy where every department has to pay part of their water and power, and it sort of smooths things out a little bit for Rec and Parks. Because I think we've gotten to the point. I think this budget is sort of the point of reckoning. It really is an untenable impact. So that would be a special study I'd request.
Another option could be too is that, realizing that this budget is very tight, and not to upset it too much, because otherwise you do create that additional general fund liability. But one option could be that you can make a decision as a part of a policy that in future years, so you can start planning for it, that you're going to charge X.
Exactly.
Or X minus a certain amount. So that may be another option as well, and then you could begin to plan for it.
Yeah, thank you. So along so if I get that special study, and then I have a question. Why does the budget contain the deletion of vacancies and positions? Why not just the vacancies? Are these positions that we don't expect that we would want to add back at some point?
It's a CAO question, right?
As was mentioned at the start of the hearings, Mr. Zabel mentioned that departments had to take some reductions in order to meet this tight budget, and typically what happens is we look at different ways of instituting some cuts. Some are through salary cuts, and in some cases we look at vacant positions, and because they are vacant, the theory is that if it's a vacant position, a service is not being provided because that position is vacant, and so there wouldn't be a service impact per se. So,
but
that's
getting that position back in a better year is so much harder when we've eliminated the position instead of just leaving it vacant. So I'd ask for a report back on the potential of leaving the positions vacant, but allowing them to keep the position authority so that they might be able to hire back in subsequent years. And then my final ask is, if, I guess it's not a fiscal impact, but we have a looming cost for the Venice Pier, which engineering tells me is not in great shape. And I've lived through part of Venice Pier being underwater twice, a small part under Mr. Rosendahl, and before I started working for the city, it was closed for close to a decade. I'd like a report back on the costs, potential funding sources, multi-year, on how that structure can be fixed, including the potential of the county's Prop A, which is, the last Prop A is how we rebuilt the Venice Pier.
Certainly.
18 years ago. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I want to start out by saying, echoing my colleagues and being very pleased with the work you're doing as general manager, and in general what Rec and Parks is doing, and how important your function is to our entire city. So I'm thrilled with that and with the important work that's going on. I want to echo all the concerns about the gardener caretaker position. And it's interesting, all this discussion about the indirect costs. We were talking earlier, Mr. Chair, about under the library, about getting the report back, whether it should be a special study or a budget study on the indirect costs of all the different departments. It made me realize, yes, I think it should be a budget study. I asked the CAO earlier about when we're talking about the libraries, about the indirect costs for pensions and all the other things, including DWP bills. The more we talk about it, the more I realize that should be something we get in this budget, because it could have impacts on this budget. So I'm going to kind of amp that one up. And also, in terms of the report backs, we're talking about the creative ways for DWP to pay the DWP bills. You talked about the recycled water. Are you using any gray water yet as well?
From the facility itself, or well, we're doing we're not per se. I mean, we've had a couple of we've had a few projects that have been done working in concert with both water and power and sanitation, to where we've diverted stormwater, and we're cleaning that water and going to be reusing that water inside of the park. And that's happening out at Penmar and I believe at Mar Vista. And we're doing a special study right now with sanitation to build a kind of a mini treatment plant. You know, how much that would cost out at Rancho Golf Course, because recycled water is so far from there. And we're working with Water and Power as that as well. The feasibility of doing something like that instead of, in other words, you divert all the wet and dry weather flow to a treatment facility, clean the water, and then all that water is reused in a golf course. So we are. It's I think we've got a long way to go in reusing, especially stormwater. We need to get better at that. When it rains, there's a lot of runoff, and we do need to figure out ways of capturing it. And we're looking at ways of like on our synthetic fields, putting cisterns underneath them, because that water's pretty clean. There's no chemicals or anything inside of those fields that that water couldn't be reused. So there's things like that, but I'd like to tell you that we're way ahead on that one, but I think that is a place where we have room to grow.
I think there is real opportunity there. We're with the LA Israel Task Force. We created a pilot program, or one with LAUSD, or with not LAUSD, with one of the schools, local school, on some of the gray water capture, and maybe worth looking into. It just seems like, as you said, we're not going to conserve our way out of this, but tremendous opportunities for conservation, and we want to be supportive of all of those through capital expenditures.
Yeah, and we do not want to stop. I mean, I'm sorry I made that kind of impression. I mean, our conservation efforts, our foot is completely on the pedal. I could not agree more, Councilmember. We will not, and we'll continue to make every effort to conserve every drop that we can.
Right. And in some ways, the logic of the chargebacks for all departments does create that extra pressure to move to be on the envelope of conservation. And so in that sense, there is a logic to it, but we can't ignore the fact that it's also creating this untenable situation where it's eating up too much of your budget. Right. So as well, when you report back on the different options for DWP, I know we can't legally get a lower rate for rec and parks at the moment, but maybe part of the report back can also look into the possibility of a ballot measure, because we could get a lower rate for rec and parks if we put it on the ballot. My gut reaction is something that would be very popular, and there'd be a lot of logic to it. So I'd like to add that to the report backs of what it would take to get a ballot measure that would either create a separate tier for rec and parks, or basically to completely subsidize rec and parks. That is one of the creative options that's out there for us to think about, that we can't handle ourselves as a city.
Absolutely.
Another general area, programs for boys baseball and girls softball sometimes are compared in terms of funding. Do you feel like there is equity right now? I've heard some concerns about not having enough facilities for girls softball and some of the other activities.
Yeah, I mean, the demands on our fields are high regardless of gender, the sport. I mean, a lot of our fields are considered multi-use fields, so softball fields are used for soccer, They're used for football, they're used for baseball, they're used, it just depends on facility dependent. I will tell you that we've put a tremendous, and thanks, to you and the support of the council and the mayor, we've gotten additional funding for gender equity, and we've put a considerable amount of resources on that. Just to give you some idea of numbers, we really started this in earnest. We've always had a gender equity program, but it was also one of those programs over the years that was cut. Many years ago, many that predates everybody in this room, but it's nonetheless, it was something that had lost its focus and had lost its attention. So we've re-put the spotlight on gender equity, and we went from, in a matter of a year and a half, about 24% participation by girls in our youth sports programs to currently 34%, and our goal is to get to 40% by the end of next year. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on that. The issue of the field availability is really a kind of a different issue. That focus we've put on our programs. There's lots of programs out there that are private programs, and them sometimes finding a place to play is difficult because of the high demands that we have on our facilities. There's one specific example that I can think of that we're actually trying to find that particular girls softball team was using a school and are no longer able to use that school site. So we're now trying to find them a home within Rec and Parks where they can continue that program, and I'm confident we'll figure that out. Field demands are slightly different, but I just wanted to emphasize that we've put a considerable amount of attention. Even in this budget, there's money in there for that has been approved for gender equity. And we're very grateful for that because, the participation of our girls in our sports programs and cultural programs is now our cultural programs, our participation is almost 50%. But in sports and physical activity, it's lower than it should be. And so our focus has been on that to get that up to, our goal is to get to 40% by the end of 2018.
Are there dedicated fields for girls in the West Valley or overall?
I don't believe so. I think they're all, there is a history, and I'll just say it, there's some history of fields that are taken care of by private entities that have been doing it for a number of years. I'm not a supporter of that. I don't believe that anybody should have, that sort of, ability. It's a public park. Nobody should have a lock on that park except for the city of Los Angeles. And we do have examples of that in the city that I struggle with with those organizations. And a lot of it is because, we maintain it, we take care of it, we should have that right. And I'm sorry, you do not have that right. And if there's available times in those fields, I will fight to get other people on those fields, whether it's a mom or a dad just wanting to throw a ball around. They should have that right.
And we talked about some of the brush clearance with the fire department, but Rec and Parks, obviously, this is an issue with all the rain. Do we have enough money in the budget to deal with the brush clearance issues for Rec and Parks facilities?
Well, we actually do not. We are running this year about a $750,000 deficit in our brush clearance, and when we prepared our budget. We underestimated the rain, and we underestimated the level, as the chief of police, the chief of the fire department explained. And I'm familiar with that part because I don't live far from the chief, and it is excessive. We're going to need some help on that. We submitted in our budget, and it was not anybody's fault but our own. I'm not saying that we didn't get, and it was approved, but we submitted the amount we put in there is too small. We are going to be deficient in our brush clearance.
So what do you need to fix that?
We needed about an additional $750,000 in this budget to cover our brush clearance. It's not something that I have a choice on. We have to do it. It's not a decision that we have to do it.
Well, maybe get a report back on where that could potentially come from. Obviously, we're going to.
Yeah, I can give you lots of ideas.
Well,
where it could come from. Sorry.
I should name the departments right now.
Most of my questions have been asked and answered. A couple of very narrow things. I know you and I have discussed expanding the Class Park program to Reseda Park, so I'd like to get a report back on what it's going to take to make that happen. parks. I'd love to see that.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I'll be happy to do that.
Just an opportunity to make that plug. And then another very quick plug, Shoot Park. It's been, it's supposed to open a year ago. It's been pushed back. I've been promising everyone it will be open this summer. The date keeps getting pushed back. I really want assurances that it's going to get open in the next month or two.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a major renovation of a park. I will check with our partners in Public Works to see where we're at with that, and I agree.
So maybe when you come back for the next round, you can say, as just an aside, it's going to open on.
Hopefully, I'll do that sooner.
May 15th, and
okay,
or whatever it's going to be. Great, thank you. And thank you for all the good work you're doing.
All right.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Blumenfield. Anything else, members? I just want to echo, Mike, all the warm feelings that everybody has expressed here, because every one of us at every ribbon cutting we've ever been to probably has talked about how this department has held it together with baling wire and duct tape, and somehow you make it happen. And I see Ramon Barajas here, who is a superstar in the department, who we've counted on time and time again to make miracles happen, and they always happen. And I want to also give a shout out to Commission President Patsouris, who's here, and thank her and the other commissioners for their service. This is a incredibly well-managed department, an incredibly efficient department under your leadership, and all of the things that everyone has said about the critical importance of this to the future of this city, to public safety in this city, to the character of this city are all, we're probably understating the case. And I think there's a real strong commitment on this committee to try to bring these services back to a point of restoration, as you've heard. So.
Councilman, thank you for those kind words, and I would give nothing but all the credit to the men and women of this department. It is my absolute pleasure and joy to work with everybody within this department. They are an amazing group of men and women, and they do an amazing public service. So thank you for recognizing them.
They do indeed. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you who came down to fight for our parks as well. All right, that brings us next to the zoo. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I just learned a new revenue opportunity for the zoo, given all the hay we feed to the animals. Maybe we'll start selling baling wire for the other city departments. How's that?
Reduce, reuse, and recycle.
That's right. Absolutely. I don't have much to add to our letter. Our budget from the mayor is going to allow us to maintain the services that we have now, plus add a few items specifically in the education area to reach more of the schools in the Los Angeles area, to maintain the facility as far as cleanliness and the restrooms and the site. We are converting one zookeeper position from half-time to full-time because of the growing work, particularly in our reptile and amphibian department. And then we have some additional staffing that will be used in our education area for revenue-producing programs, overnights, classes, et cetera. And then one other position, I think I've mentioned to several of your staffs, we have a new conservation position in the budget that is being fully funded by our support organization, GLAZA, both direct and indirect costs. So we're looking forward to that to hopefully raise the public's awareness of all the conservation that we do at the zoo now, but also even more in the future. So be happy to answer any questions about the budget.
Very good. Thank you. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Englander.
I just have one quick question, and it pertains to a pending motion that was put in recently on removing one or a few of the elephants out of the zoo. And since this is the Budget and Finance Committee, I want to ask specifically on that a report back on the possible loss financially and what we would owe back to the county, I believe, and any other funds that we've whether invested in it. Because I understand that that exhibit, if it were to cease to exist, we would owe money back. And so if you can just report back on that.
Okay. Be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bonin? Mr. Blumenfield, anything for the zoo?
You have a couple questions. The admission price is going to raise additional money this year, $750. Is that earmarked toward anything in particular, or what? Is it just generally for the positions that we're talking about?
Yes, sir. It goes into our enterprise fund to cover all the costs of operating the zoo, the direct costs.
Okay. And Ed, some folks asked me, but have there been any escapes or animal intruders from Griffith Park getting into the zoo through the new perimeter fence? I know we had the issue with P2. Is that?
No, not since then. I mean, we have P22 still makes visits. We still track him. We have him on cameras that we monitor him. But as a result, we continued to the way we manage the animals. So at night they're put away when he might be, in the park. The fence is right now 8-foot perimeter fence all the way around the zoo. The biologists tell us that it might take as much as 16 feet, and that might keep him out. So there's no guarantees there. So we're having to manage the animals inside the zoo as a result. But there's an occasional bobcat that will climb the fence, but we haven't had any problems recently.
Okay. And another issue that's brought to my attention is the screen. I guess a while ago, an orangutan escaped by tearing a screen. Is that still a problem? Is there more money that's needed to fix that problem, to get the materials that's needed for that?
No, that was a problem that began 6 or 7 years ago. First of all, we had a large male orangutan that was able to literally take the mesh and work it and break it. And the way the mesh is woven, it's kind of like it's just a net. So once you break one strand, it creates a larger opening than just that opening. He had a student, which was a young female orangutan at the zoo at the time, and she learned to take sticks and things and literally use them like crowbars on that mesh. We're pretty sure there were several things going on. First of all, that it was aged mesh from the original construction. Plus, we talked to some other institutions that had experienced the same thing, and they went up to a larger gauge mesh. So we've completely remeshed that habitat with a larger gauge stainless steel mesh and have not had problems with that since. Probably more importantly, that female went to another zoo.
And so, I mean, in general, do you think the budget accommodates, did you have enough staff to deal with some of the animal welfare issues and those sort of quality of life issues that are coming up? Are we fully staffed, or do you need additional, besides the one you mentioned? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think we're fully staffed from animal care, animal welfare issue. We're running into an issue that kind of goes to our succession planning, et cetera. We have about 23% of our staff that next year will be eligible for either full or early retirement. That also, in our case, means that some of those are folks have been at the zoo anywhere from 20 to 30 years. The work, particularly in the animal care area, is labor type of work. It's heavy duty on them. We have people that will have to go out on injury or because of their seniority, accrue a lot of vacation. We're not paying for overtime, and since we're a 7-day-a-week operation, every time there's a holiday weekend, we end up accruing a lot of overtime on our staff. The point of where I'm trying to get is we don't have a good way right now to temporarily back up staff. So if somebody's, on an unplanned leave for whatever reason, there's not an easy mechanism to backfill that position. We just don't have a lot of depth, I guess is what I am saying. So if there is an issue, it creates some strain.
So what's the fix for that?
The fix is not in this budget, but I have asked staff looking forward to try to get a sense of, with their older staff, are they seeing more vacations? Are they seeing more sick days? And so we can build that into a potential ask for additional staffing going forward.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hear sometimes from the union folks there that are concerned about the staffing issue and feel that have talked to me about it and feel that there's not enough staff for both the animal welfare and some of the other issues with professional development and those kinds of things. And so I don't know if there's a way to encourage more interaction with that aspect with the union folks, either having some sort of a joint committee or something to that effect that might be useful.
I can share with you, since 2008, we've been slowly adding positions back, primarily in the custodial and groundskeeping area. We did not reduce the animal keeper staff during that time. We reduced some part-time staffing in animal care, but the animal care staff has stayed pretty much the same from the very beginning, right? Yeah.
Okay. Is there a joint labor management committee that looks at those issues?
There is not currently, no, sir.
Is that, I'll get a report back about the feasibility of doing something to that effect. And another very narrow thing, I was told about the hippo exhibit and recirculating the water, is that there might be cost savings with that. Is that something that you've looked into, as both a health issue and a cost savings issue?
We have done some estimates on adding a filtration to that pool, mostly as a cost savings. It's not directly a health issue, but we're also looking right now with our new master plan of building an entirely new hippo habitat that would have filtration and water treatment. So not only the recycling, but maybe even adding things like underwater viewing of the hippos. But to the current facility, no.
But it's something that you're looking into for the
in
next
the future, yes.
And how far off would that be?
Well, we're in the kind of the final throes of getting the master plan ideas available to start sharing with council and the mayor. That should be done this summer. At that point, we'll start bringing it forward for input and hopefully approval. We're probably, I would say, 4 to 5 years away from a new hippo habitat.
And another issue that's been raised as a possible cost savings is the food services contract with Cisco. Do their prices compare to other food services? Is there a benefit? I've been told, and I'm not an expert on this, that there can be substantial cost savings by having multiple food service contracts, and that with having only the one, we may be paying an undue premium. Is that something you've looked into or would look into?
Well, we're always, open to looking for ways to cut the cost, because the animal food cost in particular is one of our higher budget line items. We have looked at it in the past. Denise or May, if either one of you want to respond to that, or.
I'm not sure. We'd have to talk to General Services. They're the ones that provide us with the contracts that we utilize to procure all of the food for the animals. So if there's a more creative way to procure the contracts and get better prices, we can certainly ask them about that.
Why don't we do that as a report back, but not a budget report, but a special report, so it's not tied directly here, but in terms of comparing the price with other vendors and the possibility of potentially getting multiple vendors to as I understand, some other zoos are able to do, so that we could lower the cost through competition.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. Appreciate all the work you do.
Mr. Bonin?
I'm good.
Anything for the zoo? Ms. Martinez? Mr. Lewis, you mentioned the hippo habitat, and I just taken one step back from that more broadly. Now that the zoo bond program is coming to a close, what will be the mechanisms by which capital improvements as part of the master plan will be funded?
Well, that's the question we're having at the zoo as well. So I think what our thoughts are at this time is to get this master plan completed, and part of that is prioritizing the pieces within that master plan so that we can put a budget on it, and then we'll have to have a discussion as a city as to where those funds are coming from, whether we're going out for another bond issue, if there's some other mechanism. I would also hope that some of that is private donations as well. I would just add, I think in the last go around, one of the things we could have done better is that have that formula of public-private funding for these projects as we go into them versus after they're started and then going to look for public money, because we sometimes get the response of, I already paid my taxes, why should I give you more money? So building that partnership up front, I think, is more successful.
Well, and speaking of the use of public-private kind of partnerships, can you talk a little bit about the marketing MOU with GLAZA and what impact, now that you can look at it retrospectively a little bit, what impact has that had on overall revenues, on attendance, on GLAZA membership versus gate attendance, concessions, any other, just give us kind of a flavor for how it's played out.
Well, specifically to the marketing and PR MOU, I think it's one of those mixtures. There's some good parts and there's some parts that I don't particularly care for. The good parts are that we have much more exposure in the community. The GLAZA folks have really been doing a lot of marketing. They've hired some professional marketing people that are really bringing new avenues to us. They've been creative in adding venues at the zoo, like the Zoo Lights, their music at the zoo that we're doing during the summer, a variety of those activities, as well as continuing some of the programs that we had started prior to that. The difficulty is, even though they're right there in the same facility, coordination. So here we're responsible to the budget, we being the zoo, responsible to you all and the mayor, and they are responsible to their budget and thinking about the membership. And that's created another layer that's pretty cumbersome. And I think going forward, we're, again, right now starting to look at our next business and marketing plan, and I think that's going to be a critical part of that discussion. How can we smooth over some of those edges or create a better mousetrap?
Okay, very good. Anything else, members? Mr. Bonin, did you have anything? No? Anything else for zoo members? Okay, great.
Right,
thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Appreciate your being here. And members, that brings us to the end of our departments for today. So just as a reminder, we've requested already a number of reports back, and as has been our practice, we will tomorrow have a list of those reports for you to review. And I'd like, as the first order of business each day, for us to review the previous day's report list, make any corrections or revisions that you feel are necessary so that we can get staff busy on those reports in as precise and efficient as a way as we can right away. So tomorrow we'll be taking up, we'll be beginning at 9 o'clock, and we'll be beginning with the city attorney and the city controller, the City Ethics Commission, Personnel Department, including discussion of human resources benefits, the Department on Disability, the Department on Aging, the Police Department, the Emergency Management Department, the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Street Lighting, Bureau of Contract Administration, and the Bureau of Sanitation. So we'll have, for sure, a full day of discussions, but my kudos to everyone for getting through today so efficiently. It's not even 6 o'clock, and we've completed the day. So if we can keep that pace going tomorrow, we'll be in good shape, and we'll keep our streak going of hopefully never finishing a day after 7 o'clock. But it's up to you. It's up to you, members. So if we keep going at this pace, we'll be doing great. So with that, we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.